Welcome everyone to the Umzansi Esports League. This is Season 4 brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa. My name is Proxy and I will be your host for today, but don't worry, I'm not alone. I'm joined by your amazing casters, Estendo Players and Snare, of course, bringing you the FIFA action as we started today. But speaking of today, let's take a look quickly at the schedule to remind you about some of the games that we have lined up. And trust me, they are going to be absolute bangers. Snare, if you would you please take us through the schedule?
Woo. So the schedule for the FIFA segment, we have Masoom versus TheBeastBinachi starting off the action. So some championship caliber FIFA to begin the day. Right after that, it seems like it's going to be a double header for the Goliath Talisman. TheBeastBinachi will be taking on Mobizilla, who we already saw in action yesterday, hoping to try and grab a win this weekend at long last. And finally, to end off the day, Unfazed Season 1 champion versus Divac, who was also on fire yesterday and currently sitting at the top of the group to end out the day. So that matchup is also going to be quite important, because Divac has an opportunity to go very far clear of everybody, and Unfazed has a chance to get himself back into playoff berth. So every match today, quite important, and very hype FIFA coming at us in this particular iteration of the day.
A massive day indeed. And of course, let's take a look at why we are all here. It is that Season 4 prize pool, a total prize pool of $17,500, with the FIFA 22 segment taking home $2,500, and of course your PUBG mobile segment, which will be later today, taking $15,000. So a lot of ka-ching that someone could be taking home, or maybe not, unfortunately. We'll have to see how it goes. And speaking of it, let's actually take a look at how, the standings are looking at the moment. What's the leaderboard cracking at? Tendo, if you would, please take us through it.
Yesterday was a bit of a Vark dominance. I think he came through, won 2 games, and he's sitting right pretty at the top of the table. Also, that's the possibility to extend that lead tonight as well, right? So that's going to be interesting exactly to see where he is. But Beast, he's kind of having a similar day. It's kind of like a mirror effect that we're going on over here. Beast's going to come in, 2 back-to-back games. Can he close it up? The first one's going to be tough against Masoom, who's sitting at 4th place right now. Masoom needs this win, I think, right? To bounce back into, somewhere in that top 2 spot. Hopefully that will give him a little bit more confidence coming into the rest of the weeks. But the rest of the table, nothing's really unchanged. Unfazed is also going to be looking for a win today, or else it's going to be a little bit sticky getting towards the latest end of the season. Moby's on it today. I think if Moby doesn't find the win against the Beast, he's going to start to go closer and closer to that relegation territory, right? And then Young Savage can just activate out of nowhere and start to pull ahead, start to get that lead, and then all of a sudden it's going to be relegation for him. So today, lots of storylines to be stretched upon, 3 games of FIFA. I mean, this is exciting tonight.
Absolutely is. And speaking of those storylines, let's talk about the first one that we're going to be facing today. Of course, it is Masoom against TheBeastBinachi. Now, Snare, you mentioned it a little bit. Unfortunately for Beast, he's got 2 games up for grabs today that he needs to go head to head. How do you think that's going to influence his overall performance? I mean, jumping in straight from one competitor to the next, how does that change with your mentality? What are you thinking?
So for quite a lot of players, definitely it is very difficult to play back-to-back games, and especially because you have to adapt to different kinds of play styles, different opponents. But he's actually one of the players in this competition who probably benefits the most from this kind of setup. Generally speaking, on tournament environments before the great lockdown, we used to see this guy show up and have kind of a poor start at the beginning, but then build momentum as the day went on. So he gets stronger and more powerful as things progress. So he's going to be the one that kind of has a better day going forward. So Masoom probably feeling better that he's playing him first before he's warmed up, before he's fully revved. And Masoom himself is the kind of player that, sure, he's capable of adapting, sure, he's capable of understanding his opponents, but he likes to be able to come in, blow you out of the water, then leave, right, before you have any opportunity to adapt to that. So TheBeastBinachi probably feeling like this is the worst matchup to be starting with, and that kind of means that there's trouble going into next, but that means that the first match is even more important, because like Tendo was saying, if he wins this, he's suddenly first on the table and then has an opportunity to go further clear in the second matchup.
Okay, so I was literally about to ask that. Not the best warm-up game for the day, but I guess it is what it is. Sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles. Tendo, from your side, I mean, as we look at it, okay, he's got the worst warm-up game possible and then got in another game immediately after. How important is it to start off with a good game? I mean, mentality-wise, when you're going into a second, you've maybe just lost the first one. You're not feeling too strong. But if he starts off with a fantastic game, obviously against Masoom, I mean, his worst possible first-up matchup for the day, and he still wins that, man, that should be like a catapult in terms of, the motivation, the energy, the momentum.
You know, I kind of think of it as a good warm up to start off the day for the Beast, right? Because sometimes you'll find that Masoom comes in a little bit cold. Not to play on the words of him being the Iceman. Sometimes he can activate and really pop off in the game, but sometimes he's a little bit slow to the start, and maybe the Beast is going to be one of those people that's going to capitalize off that. And I wonder if as soon as the Beast turns on, starts to play his game, if Masoom will be able to catch up to that, right? Because sitting where he is at the table, it's going to be a little bit stressful for him as well. Because on the other spectrum with the Beast can lose this first game, like you guys are saying, right? Because it is kind of a warm up game. You've got kind of like, don't want to say a guaranteed 3 points against Moby, because Moby can come, in and surprise us all. We've seen it happen a couple of times, right? So it'll be interesting exactly to see how this first game goes, because it'll really dictate how the Beast will finish off the day.
Well, we're going to go straight into that. So I'm going to hand over to your amazing casters. It's Tendo Plays, it's Snake to take you into the FIFA 22 action. Guys, please take it away.
Let's get it. Let's get into it. Tendo, got ourselves the Beast versus the Iceman. And this is a tale that has given us some incredibly classic matchups in the past. Hoping for a reiteration of that today. So who do you favor? We didn't get to our predictions here. What do you think? What's your scoreline?
Oof, man, it's a bit of a tough one, as we are already kind of starting things off.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay, Masoom. Right?
It's like he heard me speaking in the beginning about how he's slow at starting off sometimes, and then he was just like, you know what, Tendo, let me prove you wrong, and he's continuing to do that. He's running down the pitch. Beast doesn't really seem to have an answer just yet, but Sanchez able to recover the ball, played down to Hernandez, and they'll run it down the line to find an opening. It cuts in. Defense is good. Gonna reset the ball, and all right, cool. We got 3 games today. Gonna have to get warmed up, and they're getting us ready. It's about to be a crazy one.
It's absolutely going to be insane, and this is the kind of matchup where the intensity from both of these players makes such a big difference. We see the Beast immediately conceding a goal, not even phased by it. He's trying to get his own back, and he's going to get his own back. Recycles the ball into the middle. Janola immediately onto it, slices it into the back of the net. 10 minutes in, we've got 2 goals. We've got a draw back, and it's almost like the first goal never happened. And I kind of feel like Masoom is just really thanking his lucky stars that he got that early goal, because otherwise he would be behind right now. What an exciting match we've got already.
Yeah, it's shaping up to be an exciting day, I think, right? And you look at both players, and I think they actually both start off quite slow sometimes, right? I think we've seen them in both their matchups kind of get into it, feel their opponents out. But today you can kind of see they've kind of straddled around that, both coming in with a lot of fire, just trying to get their engines revved up early. Now it's the Beast on this attack, trying to find an opening and some room down the wing, and play down the middle, and he finds good running lane. Sanchez on the ball for now, back to Kante, trying to open up the pitch, but defense is looking good over here on the side of Masoom. But there's the Beast finding these openings as he usually does with Mbappe. Mbappe running it in the box. Lots of defenders in his way. Does find the pass onto Sanchez. Sanchez now has the possibility to open it up. But, oh man, the defense is just so good right here. There's not really much that he's finding, and it's going to go out.
It's carried out for the goal kick. That's going to be nice. And I'm actually just thinking about the shape of the Beast team right now. It's kind of remarkable how similar it seems to some French teams in FIFA 20 in particular, and some iterations of 21. And the way he's utilizing this, he's trying to crowd out, keep as much pressure on the ball, make sure he can carry the whole team forward without sacrificing defense. At the same time, though, it does leave him a little bit vulnerable without the clinical pressure. And doesn't seem like Masoom has that problem, as he's easily able to carry the ball into the final third. Doesn't get it into the back of the net, though. But it seems so threatening just with a couple of touches. But what a pass from the TheBeastBinachi. Mbappe on the other side of the ball. Mbappe calls it past the keeper. Spider-Man reflexes for what? He's got the doom, he's got the shot, he's got the goal. It's 2-1 right now.
So, kind of pull it back into perspective, right? When we're on the desk talking about whether this is going to be a tough warm-up game for the Beast, an easy warm-up game. And it's starting to shape up to lean into his side, at least for now. Masoom, slow at the start. After that first goal, though, at least, we thought he had a little bit of momentum coming in, but it seems like the Beast is starting to shut him down quite well thus far. Beast on the attack again. Masoom absorbing all the pressure. And the passes are coming through. Some tiki-taka football. Just trying to open up the space here. The Beast has tries to work his way in. Sanchez, Kante, Sanchez back to Kante. They're linking up well, but not well enough to get past the defense. Now Masoom's able to recycle the ball, and he's going for a cheeky lob pass, but it's Kimpembe there, a rock, a pillar for the team of the Beast.
A little bit overambitious. We've seen Kimpembe being extremely good at challenging all the aerial balls, and despite a very good interception by Clarence Seedorf, not going to be good enough to help him out on the other side of the pitch. And now suddenly the Beast is back on it. Ginola back in the box, lashes out a shot. The keeper is good for it, but this will earn the Beast the first corner of the game. What is he going to do with this one? Recycles the ball to Pele. Renato Sanchez now on it, looking for a partner. Who does he unleash? Being crowded out right now, being pushed further and further deeper into the midfield. And it's going to work out for Masoom. Brilliant tackle there. And it might not set up for the most amazing counter-attack, but he's got the ball back. He's got some key players unleashing. Nintendo, this could be a good situation for him to try and bring the game back level.
Could be a good situation for him as he tries to play it down. Neymar's in the box, can be really dangerous in this position, Masoom, with Neymar, but has to pull out, try and find a few more options. Finds the pass back in, and Neymar takes the shot wide, but it is offside, and it will go back. Now the Beast can breathe a little bit as he tries to string an attack of his own. Early run there by...
grabs on time.
All right, cool. Glad to know. Right didn't come through, unfortunately. The Beast, though, trying to make it happen. The game's going quite fast as well, right? We're 40 minutes in.
Yeah.
It's 2-1. Can't really tell whether this is actually going to be, an easy walk in the park for the Beast thus far, or is Masoom just waiting to activate right now, right? Because it kind of feels like those goals came really early, even the second one. Now everything's kind of settled down, and it's kind of like this slow pace, and they're just trying to pass it past each other, basically.
I think it's what you were mentioning earlier. Both players sort of came into this aware that they have this predilection towards being a bit slow off the mark, trying to get their amazing foot forward as early as possible, and they were able to do it. Some quick goals, but now that the game has settled down a bit, both players are gaining this understanding of each other. It becomes a little bit harder for either of them to really break through, despite some really good position. We've seen the chances sort of dry up as time has gone on. So both of these players sort of understanding each other. However, both of these players are renowned and known for adaptation, right? Being able to figure out their opponent, being able to change up their playstyle. So the fact that at this point in time it's not a definite result, there's still a lot of football to go. 3 offs, the rest of this game, the second leg to go. So we still have a lot of questions that remain unanswered. And one goal, as we've seen in the past, is certainly not enough to really decide how the game's going to go at the end.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even a question at all, this one goal lead for the Beast, because little mistakes like that pass going haywire, can just bring it back for Masoom if he's not careful. And now, at least he's on the attack, the Beast, as he tries to work his way back into the box. In the box, he has a couple of options to work with. Passes it to Sanchez. Sanchez is closed off by the defense. Does find the pass onto Kante. Kante! Nice. Pass intercepted well by Masoom. Can reset the ball. This could be the attack that he's looking for here.
He's going to try get this as far up the pitch as possible, being very deliberate with his passing. I've loved so far in this matchup how both players have been extremely deliberate about how they attack, and we see Neymar inside the box right now. It's going to draw a corner kick, but neither player has wasted any touch. Every single movement on and off the ball is trying to build up into an aggressive posture to get themselves a goal, and he draws a free kick in a dangerous position. I think he goes short, right? This feels a bit rough to go in right now. There's not enough players. Mbappe, not really the biggest guy,
Watch him cross it in, though. No, goes short. All right, it's gonna play it well. So much traffic, no room for him to work with. But is that gonna go out for another corner? Actually,
yeah, it's goal kick.
Goal kick. All right.
Bit of an unfortunate situation, but
it's tense. It's tense. You can feel it on the pitch. You can feel it a little bit here as well. It's a really crucial game, I think, in the season for both players.
For the Beast, like you mentioned, though, for the Beast, he can still an additional win later today, but for Masoom, failure to win here leaves him at 7 points, leaves him still out of the playoff berth. Not a place he wants to be, and right now, if he let that attack get through, would have been much harder to get back into that berth. And somehow, he still actually managed to maintain the ball despite the mistake on the pass. Messi finds Fofana. Will he be able to string through an attack here? He's being very slow on the ball, and that slowness that deliberation, that patience ends up biting him, because now the TheBeastBinachi might just be unleashed. Kante gets the ball to Pele, who's looking for a partner in the middle of the box. He finds Ginola. Can he get the turn? No, he cannot. Strong challenge, but it's a fair one. We've got WWE refs, I guess, you know.
I feel like every time you see a challenge like that, the ref just looks past it, like, all right, cool. And then it's like the slightest challenge, that's the ones that they bring it back. They're like, whoa, that's a bit hectic there. Masoom's in, and he takes the shot. The turn is good as well from Neymar to open it up. All right. Like we said earlier, one goal isn't enough to really guarantee yourself a lead, and now they're back in it here, the team of Masoom. Beast needs to find something on this attack. Maybe shake him up early after that goal, and he's in here with Hero. Passes it back, Kante on the ball, but there's so many defenders in the box. Now, he finds an opening, takes the shot to Mbappe. Okay, that came out of nowhere. Short corner comes in once again on the side of the Beast, and he actually crosses it in, finds a person on the side, takes the shot. The keeper with the Spider-Man reflexes deflects it, and finally a player on the opposite end of Masoom gets it. That was shaky.
That was very shaky. The interesting thing what the Beast was doing there, he recognized that because he made these overlapping runs, they don't want to get caught out, so he tried to overload the attack. These passes, if that goal had gone in, right? Yo, you might have missed yesterday, Tendo, and I hope none of you who are watching missed yesterday's games, because the goal that we saw from Mobizilla with Messi, some of them we've seen, and that would have topped it somehow. It doesn't go into the back of the net, but the TheBeastBinachi also is thanking his lucky stars that it didn't, because he was caught out, completely overloaded. He had too many players forward, so now he has to be a lot more circumspect with the attack. Can he string it together here? Mbappe finds himself on the receiving end of a ball from Kante. The interplay between the two Frenchmen. They're trying to open up as much space with this triangle as possible, and they do get the space with Ginola, but Gianluigi Donnarumma comes out from the sticks, and he's got it. He's fine. The handling is good. Just sweeps it off the feet, and the game still stays level.
Yeah, and we all know what happens if first legs end in level peggy, right? You know, that second leg becomes an all-out battle between the two, and that's what's shaping up to be the spectacle. The Beast has something on his mind here. Let me find this attack. There's the pass onto Sanchez. Sanchez goes for a lot, but no one's there besides the defender to get that ball. So now, Masoom's able to reset. Masoom's been looking really dangerous in the second half thus far. And hopefully he can find something. Switching. Many options though in front of him. Does find the one. Now, Visionist Jr. on the edge of the box. Brings it back to Mbappe. And the defense is there. Oh, stop that.
Almost had it with Vinny Jr. Oh, but the clearance is not going to be good enough. He's back on the ball. Right. Messi on the other side of the through ball. Will he be able to get in? Cutting inside Theo Hernandez. He gets past the Marquinhos though. Good for the interception. Manages to dispossess Messi. That was a dangerous situation. Rare mistake there from the Beast on the clearance. But this is what's really scary about matchups like this. Both of these players are equally capable of winning at the very last minute, as the Beast is now trying to make it happen for himself. Ginola gets on the other side of a ball from Mbappe, trying to dribble past everybody, but not going to be there. Masoom seems to have figured this out. He is the Iceman after all. No pressure is ever going to get to him. He's always going to defend in that situation.
What do you think of the Vinicius Jr. pick there on the wing for Masoom? Interesting one, right? I wouldn't really expect it to happen, and I wouldn't expect him to be here in this position to try close up the game, but the defender is there to take it out, and now it's a corner for him in the dying embers. Plays it short, brings it back in, finds a little bit of space here as Vinicius Jr., who's on my mind right now, finds the pass, it goes back in. What a goal here from Masoom to end it off.
Oh, God. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That's Masoom. We're literally talking about it seconds ago. That very end of the game, either player can close it out, right? You can never turn your eyes away. With Marquinhos of all players, he gets that goal, gets off in front. Oh my goodness, what a way to go forward. 3-2 suddenly. It was a draw for so long, and Masoom just cracks it out of nowhere. Like, wow, that was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, the link-up play there was absolutely superb coming in from Masoom, right? And like I said, beginning of the game, yes, that early goal comes in, but I'm not really feeling him just yet. You know, he's still making a lot of mistakes. He's not really warmed up. He's not feeling the synergy of the team. But at the end, the passes in that second half were just sublime. It was scripted, to say the least, right? Especially the way it ended right there. I mean, you can't make that up. That's FIFA 2022 for you right here in the Umzansi Esports League, hosted by Modern Gaming. And again, Vinicius Jr., I wanted to ask you, Snare. Right, coming in at the clutch at the end, right there in his positioning. I mean, wow.
We've seen that this particular player rising in stock, right? The new card that they released for him is pretty good. And yesterday we saw him being utilized by, I think, 3 out of the 4 players that we saw in the games. And every time I've seen him, I was also initially quite skeptical about the player. But the more and more I see him, I'm like, yeah, okay, I can see exactly why he always in these teams. He provides so much pace, but more than just the pace, it's the attack positioning. Whenever you need him to be in the right place, right? I think it's like 88 or 89 his attack positioning. It's kind of insane, right? Given his pace, given his dribbling ability, given his shooting ability. There's players, for example, like Raheem Sterling, who are higher rated than him, but a little bit less versatile, a little bit less useful in the final third. But Vinny Jr., we saw he's useful on the run forward on the wing, useful to receive from the corner kick, useful in the middle of the box, just can do everything for you in that position. And every time I see him, it's like, okay, skepticism is dialing back a little bit. And certainly Masoom utilizing the team properly to get himself the W over the TheBeastBinachi, denying him top spot right now in the Umzansi Esports League.
Yeah, I feel like the story just keeps pulling and tugging, whether this is like that sparring match to open up the day, you know, of FIFA, of does it go in Masoom's favor as him having to bring it back from the position that he's in 5th place to put him in that playoff position, or is this the Beast day to just take all the points and run away with the league? Right now, it's definitely shaping up in the latter form, at least with the Beast, right?
Yep. Speaking of actually player rosters, as we get into the second leg right now, the first half is kicked off. The one player that the Beast does have in his team is Alan Saint-Maximin. And yesterday, when we were speaking to Iro, he did mention that he's also quite skeptical about this player starting. Off the bench, he can seem really amazing deep in the game when stamina is quite low. But from the beginning, not very strong on the ball. And we see a big example of this as he quickly gets muscled off with it. Immediately, Masoom is back in control. So it kind of feels like if the option is between Saint-Maximin or going to be playing with Vinny Jr., you always opt for Vinny Jr., given what we've been seeing lately. Vinny Jr. right now on the ball. Slowly but surely, Masoom. Okay, gets dispossessed this time around, though. So it's okay. It's fine.
Yeah, it's okay for now. But you know, how much longer is it going to be okay when you squander more and more opportunities that can just close it up for you, right? You know, the Beast loves to work from this kind of pressure. Coming in, Pele Mbappe in a dangerous spot, but it's Kimpembe who's so far going to win, you know, the Umzansi Esports League player pick of defenders, right? I think thus far he's been an absolute pillar for pretty much everybody who's playing him.
Yep. Yesterday we actually saw from Bobo Beast that he not only used them as a defender, he was playing midfield, he got some goals as well. He was just everywhere. You know, I was kind of surprised he didn't just do some goalkeeper duties. Kimpembe might actually just be overall MVP pick for a lot of these teams. Like even players like Mobizilla, who try to do various and different things with their teams, still will every now and then drift in Kimpembe. The card is just a little bit too good.
Yeah, too good. Gotta stay in meta, right? You know, you don't want to be that one person that doesn't really, you know, conform with the good stuff, right? Because there's always that finesse pick that everyone picks it. Mbappe does a madness there. My goodness, the shot comes through, but the keeper holds it for the team, and that could have been dangerous there for Masoom, but the composure is still here to reset. He's looking for this attack. Can he find the pass in? There's just too many defenders in front of him, but does find the ball in the middle. Finds the pass. No, it doesn't. Oh, Kante just off his mark well there. But he's still on the attack somehow. Mbappe's in now. Here he is with Messi, and Messi is stopped. Kimpembe is there on the opposite end this time.
That was, if that gets through, suddenly the goal deficit is 2 instead of just the 1 right now. The TheBeastBinachi obviously wants to get this early goal as quickly as possible, but as we all know, 1 is not enough. But Ginola is in position, but all right. You see, I know for all you Marvel fans, the new Spider-Man movie is a multiverse movie, you know, including all the Spider-Mans. Trust Gianluigi Donnarumma is in the cast as one of the Spider-Men out here saving everything. Immediately though, Masoom, you love to see it straight up on the counter-attack, wasting no time. Amazing passes. Messi's dribbling in the box, into the top corner. Incredible goal from Masoom, carried from the keeper to the other side of the net. Almost like you said, a perfect script from the Iceman.
Clinical is the only word I can just use there, right? He's like a surgeon in the bed. See, slices up the defense, finds that goal in, and now if you're the beast, you're shaking, right? Because the day is starting off not so well. He's down 2 goals, needs to find another one, and it doesn't seem like Masoom is letting off, and that lob pass is absolutely amazing onto Mbappe. Oh. Looks like he's gonna go out for a corner, takes it short. Can he find the opening? Yes, he can. There's Messi. Not Messi, Neymar. Neymar's running in with the ball. Passes to Vinicius. Loses it though to Kante. Mbappe just wasn't able to get that shot in. And jeez. I think if he got that shot in, we'll be talking a different storyline. But now, the Beast's still in it. The Beast is running it back.
Attempting with his own attack right now. Does find Mbappe off the other side of a pass. Good tackle though, Ferland on the other side of the ball. This will draw a corner kick, which the Beast will try to take and extend this. Finds Renato Sanchez, playing this now into the box. So many defenders everywhere. He's going to have to do some amazing trickery to get past everybody. Theo Hernandez, can he find the cross? Not going to look for it though. Going to take it all the way to the touchline, drag it back to Kimbembe. Needs to keep this ball because if he does sacrifice it, has so many players forward. The counter-attacking potential could be there. And Masoom finds the interception. Does he have enough players forward though? Neymar doesn't have that much stamina at this stage of the game, so can't carry it all the way into the final third. Will be able to recycle it back to Clarence Seedorf. Gets it to Mbappe. Offside. Offside. Feels bad. Feels bad.
Yeah, offside. He's gonna stop that one, and oof, all carried well here by the Beast. Oh my goodness, nice. That man is sent back in the pass. The pass comes into Mbappe. Mbappe takes the shot, but Donnarumma somehow stops that ball. How? I don't know, to be honest with you.
Who needs some Holland? Yeah, Donnarumma.
All right, cool. And Masoom's still in it with the lead of 2 goals. It's also the closing of the second half. We're down to 40 minutes now. And the clock is just starting to tick down. Just 1.5 left, basically, for the Beast to try to bring this back to at least a draw. Maybe he can get the win, but there's still something about to happen at the dying embers here with Mbappe and Kante trying to link up down the middle. But the defense is just looking good for Masoom.
He's just so good on his positioning. He's available in all portions to cut out the passing lanes, forcing the Beast to play back all the time. And he's not really able to advance the ball forward because if he tries, he knows he's going to run into a defender. Doesn't get fully dispossessed, but he's a little bit to advance. Tries to utilize Renato Sanchez, who cuts in between the space. Can he find somebody here? Reaches Mbappe, but the ball isn't clean. He finally gets it back to him. Mbappe into the back of the net. Mbappe with the goal. It's 1-1. The goal deficit is back to 1. The TheBeastBinachi is in this, Tendo. He's not down yet. The final half could still be the decider of this matchup.
It's kind of feeling like a grand final, you know, the way it's just pushing, you know, on the emotions of the game right now. I just feel that this is kind of that time where the Beast really needs to start to dig in to try and just, you know, bring this back as much as he can, right? Because 1 goal's not too bad to work with coming into that second half, because he can still score 2, find the win that he's looking for to start off his day, but we can't look down on Masoom at all. He's been looking absolutely amazing today, especially with some of the link-up play that he's doing. Just need to find a little bit more composure, I think, right? You know, I think he's absorbing a little bit too much pressure, not formulating a couple of the attacks that he wants to. But let's see how he starts off.
Definitely. But the Beast with that goal, I mean, it's been denied a goal for a very long time. He scored those 2 goals, like you were mentioning, quite early in the first half of the first leg. And it's been quite a while they're on the back foot, struggling to adapt to the playstyle of Masoom. And we know that once the Beast starts to smell blood in the water, this is when he warms up. So Masoom kind of hoping that he catches him while he's still a little bit cold before he gets super hot. But the Beast, what a dribble with San Maximan, finds Enola. But Donnarumma, all right. Ooh. We should have seen that one coming. Gets off a save that really shouldn't be possible in the game, but somehow keeps Masoom in the lead overall on aggregate.
Dude, this is actually the season where I think Nodun needs to just do like a goalkeeper highlight reel. You know, like, let's forget about the goals. The goals are amazing, you know, nonetheless, right? But like, some of these saves that are coming through from the goalkeepers, we're gonna have to just put down on the book. The pass is great there from the Beast. What a lob! Finds the space to work with, but a little bit too much fancy footwork slows him down a little bit. But at least he gets the throw in to bring it back in to play. Kante on the ball now, trying to run it in. And he finds the space. He's cut in with Mbappe. Mbappe trying to line up the shot, but the defense is there to hold him back. Now Masoom can reset the ball.
Mbappe on time form again. Now back to Vinny Jr. We have a lot of influence in these games. Gets the ball to Mbappe. How far can they run? Messi, he's on a lot of space right now. Finds Mbappe. Trying to get past the final man, but Theo Hernandez good enough to keep it. Good enough to retain possession. Could have easily gotten past him for the goal. I hope Pochettino's watching this game. This is how you make Mbappe, Neymar, and Messi work in a team. Almost got through, but good defense at the end. And Ginola, sadly, doesn't have the same pace as the players on the other side, so requires Saint-Maximin to help him out, but the cross gets immediately cut off by Marquinhos.
Marquinhos comes in running there to stop it. And it was a big foul there. The Beast.
We're mentioning sometimes the trivial touches is what gets the foul somehow.
Like, dude, like, come on, man. Like, sometimes people will be getting cupped, like really cupped in the box, and then the refs are just like, yeah, man, seems like some fair open play. But
Sharp, yeah.
no, let's forget about it. The Beast is trying to make this attack work for him right now. He still needs to find this goal, right? He's still at this deficit. I think, you know, from Masoom, he can still relax a little bit, not too much. He's really good on the defense, so if he can find a good interception to try and work with. Well, as soon as I say that, he opens it up. The shot was blocked at least as the defense closes it down. That would have been awkward that moment, but he brings it back now for an attack of his own.
So close. Saint-Maximin, twice now in this game, has almost been heroic for the TheBeastBinachi, but sadly been denied at the very end by the goalkeeper. Now suddenly, Masoom looking for heroics of his own. Mbappe doesn't find Neymar in the middle of the box, but very dangerous coming in. The TheBeastBinachi certainly must have been sweating a little bit. Does keep it clean though. And you love to see how these players play. There's not a moment wasted on the ball, like I was mentioning earlier. He's already in, almost conceded a goal right now, but he's looking for one on the other side of the pitch. Doesn't want to get all of this time wasted. He's still behind, and the Beast, it's Ginola, turns into the top corner. It's 2-1. He's back level. We've got a game on our hands, Hendo.
My goodness, this one is a thriller to say the least at this point. It's 4-4 on aggregate. And you just can't call it, to be honest, yes. I mean, you think it's going a smooth saver with the 2-goal, you know, and then all of a sudden the Beast like, no, I'm coming back. I'm still in this game. I'm still one of the best in this league. But look at this play. Look at the shot. Look at the keeper. He takes it out. We're going to have to reset this one with a corner kick. Will he try play it short? It looks like it will be a short one to Neymar. Neymar finds the pass onto Vinicius. Vinicius into the box. But the defense is good. It's just a bunch of walls there in front of him. Can't really break the barricade. He's still in here. He still finds the pass onto Mbappe. Mbappe finds the pass in to... Oh. Okay.
What is this game? What is this series? Wow, this is amazing. We're now 5-4 on aggregate. The goals just cannot stop coming. Both players unwilling to roll over and die. They keep fighting back no matter what. Masoom just got scored against. Doesn't matter. And he persevered for so long on that goal. Like, it kind of felt like the Beast was going to keep it out, but Masoom says no. And now the Beast immediately back in on the other side. Mbappe, no way. No way. This dribble though. Okay, Marquinhos stops it. Restores some semblance of sanity.
In your voice there, you're like, nah, I can't. Not more. It's too much. At this point, it's about to become like a 10-goal thriller. The way it's shaping up, there's still a few minutes to play with. Yeah, Masoom's on the ball, and Masoom's been so clinical with these attacks thus far. Can he find another one of these goals to come in for him? And he finds the space with Neymar, but he's closed off well by the Beast. He needs a goal desperately here to at least end this one as a draw, and I don't think I'd be coming into this one calling a draw at 5-5. What? Low, all right. Mbappe's here. Mbappe's trying to open it up. Janola's on the ball. Janola finds the way in. He finds a way forward. Can he find a player? Mbappe's there. Mbappe's trying to run it back, but the defense is running with him. There's no room to work for the Beast. He's closed out, and now it's Masoom once again on it. He finds the lob ball.
No, offside.
Okay,
Nah,
offside,
referee.
offside.
Referee. Whoa. Nobody's bribes are that good. So they had to bring the flag up. Oh gosh, the Beast got on the ball, other side of the ball that was not going correctly. The errant part, at least it disaster here for Masoom. If it stays as it is, if he can keep this ball out, then somehow he's gonna come away with the victory. But we still have a few minutes left. Renato Sanchez on the ball. He finds Alan San Maximan. He gets no shot. But Gianluigi Donnarumma gets the hands up, keeps the ball, and keeps the win for Masoom.
Down to the wire. This game went yesterday, and honestly, you can't even be like disappointed in the Beast. You can't even be like, you know, wow, you should have done better. Banger game from both the players. You know, I just think at the end, I think the one that came a little bit more prepared definitely shone today. What do you think is?
My heart is beating a little bit too fast. I thought we were seeing a comeback in the last like 2 seconds, but it's fine. A little bit of semblance of normality, as you mentioned. Sanity is restored. Masoom taking that win by his hair, in all honesty. I didn't think it was going to be that close, but it ended up really going the distance. 5-4. Obviously, Masoom taking the 5. Very happy with the game today. And now, beyond, you know, for the Beast now, he has to sort of shift his focus immediately to the next game that's coming up.
Yeah.
And I don't know, Snare, from your side, after a game like this one, now you're like, okay, you know, he didn't win, but it was close. It was really close.
It was very close, and we saw him improving right throughout the game. Like the early goals that he got in the first leg, he got very early on, like I was mentioning. It took him a while to acclimate towards this game. And as we speak about in the pre-show, this is kind of what I was worried about with Archie. It takes him a little bit of time to fully rev up. And he was looking so scary towards the back end of that second half at the very end of the game. So now if I'm Mobizilla, I'm terrified, right? Because not only is the BeastBinachi, like, he's the kind of player that doesn't necessarily shift focus in terms of, okay, I have a next opponent, I have to think about the playstyle. Now he wants revenge. Now he's upset. Now he's mad, right? He's looking at the fact that Masoom, who was beneath him, right, just leaped him to go top of the table, top of the group right now on goal difference. And if he fails to beat Mobizilla, then he's not top of the table. It's gonna bother the Beast to not be top of the table, because he's gonna be like, why aren't I? I'm the best in the world. So now if I'm Moby, I'm shaking in my boots, because the base definitely going to be out for blood. He's looking at this and seeing Masoom, saying, nah, guy, come on. Like, I'm always at the top of the table. You know, you've at least had a championship. I haven't at least had that. At least let me stay top of the group for now.
Give me something, come on, give me something. So I mean, you know, when we started the pre-show, we were like talking about like, oh, it's a horrible, you know, warm-up here for Bianchi, because now he has to go up against Mansu, who literally thrives on this sort of a situation. But now he's warmed up and he's gonna face Mobizilla. I do have a schedule change though. Mobizilla will also be playing a second game today against Young Savage. So right after his game with the Beast, he's going to be facing Young Savage. Tendo, I break it down first. You know, for someone who's coming new into FIFA, that's like, what does that mean? So who cares? He's playing 2 games as well. But who is he playing against 2 games?
I don't even know what to say for Moby right now, right? Because it's going to be an uphill battle, I think, at this point, right? You know, because you're coming off the Beast, who is now warm and ready to just bring it back, you know, and I think where he's sitting, he's looking at goal difference probably, right? Because that's probably where he needs to get his points back after coming in with that loss. He's still ahead of the pack in his own regard, but yeah, now gonna just unleash it onto Moby, and then after that, Young Savage, who is right now at the bottom of the barrel, but is our, you know, previous season champion. So now he has that fire, that fuel to come into this game and be like, all right, this is what's going to happen. This is what I'm going to lay down, the law of I'm still champion, you know, in this league. Wow, Moby. I think I don't know, man. It's tough. It's like you just broke bad news to me to some degree, but I believe in Moby. You know, I've always been a fan of how Moby can just be resilient and like adapt his play style and, you know, get back into these games. But it's 2 tough games though. It's gonna be a hard one.
It is a rough one, but let's focus on the first game, which apparently I don't get to talk about just yet. We're gonna go to a short break. When we come back, of course, it is the TheBeastBinachi versus Mobizilla, the first game of the 3 today, as we look at it for Mobizilla, but the second for Beast, who has just warmed up and is ready to potentially take the win. Gotta stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the Umzansi Esports League. This is Season 4, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa. So, first game done and dusted was a very close matchup between TheBeastBinachi and, of course, Masoom, who just decided, you know what, we're just going to go and get 9 goals between the two of us and go down right to the wire. It was absolutely crazy. Snare, do you want to give, our viewers who may have missed the first game a little bit of a rehash of that first set?
So that game started, like Tendo was mentioning, that both of these players can sometimes be a bit slow off the mark. Both of them obviously realize this and try to capitalize against each other. So we saw a flurry of goals very early on in that first game. TheBeastBinachi scored 2 in the opening half. Masoom was only able to grab himself 1 in like the opening 3 minutes or something, as soon as the kickoff. After that, the game was a little bit slower. As the pace went on, though, it seemed like Masoom was really picking up steam, and he ended up winning the first leg. The second leg, though, that's when things really started to pick up, because that's when the beast started to get activated, especially towards the latter end of the game itself. And it really seemed like he clinched it back. He was up 2-1 for a large portion of the game until a close goal from Masoom to bring himself back level in that game, back ahead overall on aggregate. And TheBeastBinachi almost. He spent the last 10 minutes of the game giving me hot palpitations because the goal was almost beckoning, but sadly for him, he didn't manage to get it, and he ends up going down. Masoom beats him 1 goal ahead on goal difference. And not only 1 goal ahead, he automatically leapfrogs to the top of the standings, top of the leaderboard. So it was one of those games that, like, you have to go back and watch it, because, wow, it was tense from the get-go. Every single pass that both players were making seemed like it was building up into a progressive attack, into a goal. And everything just felt like it had that tension, that edge, that something was just going to happen immediately after the ball was played.
Yeah, no, I was ready to scream, but I don't think my neighbors would have been very impressed with me. But it's okay. It's okay. When we talk about the second game now, this is potentially the second game for the Beast, like right after the others. So, I mean, going straight from a game, against Masoom to now a game against Mobizilla, potentially. So, let me lay down the law here. What's happening is we're currently waiting for one of the players to connect in. It seems there's a little bit of issues there. If they can't make it, however, our admin team is working on a second game that we'll be watching instead, so that then we might have another schedule change for today and might have a completely different set of games today than what we were planning on, but at least we've got some FIFA planned and prepped and ready. So in the meantime, while we wait to have that confirmation to see which game we're going to be covering today, let's talk a little bit about the matchup between Mobizilla and the Beast, especially if Moby, has to, right after this, go play another game against Young Savage. Yeah, sure. Yeah, okay. It's fine. We'll first talk about the first game. So, Tendo, Mobizilla versus the Beast. Break it down for someone who's maybe just coming in now, catching up on the season of Umzansi. How, would you expect it to go? Has there been any sort of shakeups in the past, or is it sort of cut and dry?
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at how things went last season, between the two, Moby was there, being a big problem for a lot of people in the league. And obviously, Moby finished just before the relegation spot. And then you have the Beast and the likes who went into those playoffs, right? Didn't do well in those playoffs, didn't make it to that grand final. I mean, you do well by making it to the playoffs, right? Playing the entire season. But hey, the Beast, we kind of expect him to kind of close this one off, right? So it's a very underdog versus top of, the chain story going on over here. Can Moby come and get this win to kind of just propel himself into a driving seat where he's a little bit more comfortable than where he is right now, right? Because it's not a good spot to be in the bottom 3. I think you can be, excuse me, you can be in about 5th place and be very comfortable. It's like, okay, it's fine. I'm not doing great, but I can work here and there to try and get a couple of points along the season to maybe edge myself into those playoffs, right? But when you're sitting just on 6th place, it can be a little bit scary, right? Because one mistake, everything can just shatter for you. That's exactly kind of like how it's all set up for him today, right? You have the Beast, you come into this game that's really, really tough for you. And if you don't get the 3 points on that one, after that, it's Young Savage. Can you really bring it back in that game as well, right? Because now Young Savage can start to propel himself a little bit more forward. I think just based on how the table is right now, even if he loses both games, because Young Savage and Ati are sitting at 0 points. Don't think Moby's going to move just yet, but now, the rest of the weeks is now we have to worry about. Can he still retain and find these points along the line, or is it kind of like done and dusted for him, right? We'll have to just wait and see. I think this game right here is definitely favoring the Beast, obviously just based on, all the experience that he has. just where he is in his game right now. But Moby can come through with a couple of plays. He's a very explosive player as well. He has a bit of strategy here and there, but he likes to be fluid. Will the fluidity be good enough for him to find this win in today's matchup? I'm not too sure, but hey, we'll just have to wait and see.
And obviously, we're catching up on some of the games that we might have missed in previous weekends. There is a lot of games that, we were like, okay, we're going this way, we're going that way. I mean, that matchup between Masoom and the Beast definitely wasn't, what we were alluding to. And we were talking about that pre-show and we were trying to break it down, how we think it's going to be going. I don't think either of us, any of us, were expecting such a close game, such a high goal game. So coming off of the back of something like that, you're warmed up, you're ready now. You're feeling pretty good, even though you didn't win the first matchup, and now you're going to be going against Mobizilla. So we mentioned this a little bit. Now the Beast, he's hungry, he's out for blood, he wants those goals, he wants to make up that goal difference, because as you saw, Masoom just leapfrogged him, and now he's not at the top of the leaderboard. He's like, excuse me, that's my spot, I want it back. So Snare, from your side, if you watch this game and you're like, okay, sure, because I had goosebumps watching that, so I wouldn't be feeling good if I was Moby watching that. How do you prep for something like this? It's like, as you mentioned, it's that mention of Goliath and giants. So what do you do now? What do you do?
I think it's even more complicated in the situation, because if we look at where Moby is on the table, right? One of the reasons why he is where he is because he suffered an astonishingly bad goal difference, and where most of those goals came from was from Masoom already. So at this point in time, if I'm him, I'm thinking to myself, okay, Masoom really put me in a bad position in his goal difference. The Beast wants revenge for losing to Masoom. The easiest way for him to attain revenge is to score more goals against me, make my goal difference worse to get himself above, because it's not going to be enough for the B win. He's going to want to dominate, right? To get revenge, to truly show I'm warmed up right now. That wasn't my best overall showing. Exactly, right? So at this point in time, Mobizilla, he's definitely going to be shaking because he's lost to Masoom. He saw how close that game was between Masoom and TheBeastBinachi, and he's very cognizant of how big the gap is between himself and Masoom. So that's going to play on your mind, thinking to yourself, is this guy as good as the guy who has really put me in a bad position in the table? Or is this just a weird rock, paper, scissors situation and I can try and leverage a different advantage against the Beast? It's a lot to think about. Whereas the Beast, he's not going to be thinking at all. He's going to be playing off of pure instinct, going for the attack. And when we think about the relative playstyles between the TheBeastBinachi and Mobizilla, the way Mobizilla plays is a lot more deliberate, sometimes focusing a bit too much on the counter-attacking form and on the lobbed balls, which fortunately in FIFA 22 are a lot better. TheBeastBinachi has played against that playstyle many times, and has proven to be very proficient at dismantling it, given the pace they play. So it's a bad playstyle matchup. It's a bad matchup in terms of the personality. This guy is out here wanting revenge. And it's a bad matchup because this is a person who every single time, like the TheBeastBinachi and Mobizilla, they've had one draw, I think, in all the competitions they played in the Umzansi Esports League here. And every other time it's been a very big blowout in favor of the TheBeastBinachi. So the histories against Masoom, the playstyles against Masoom, and the day potentially, because if he has a bad showing against the Beast, we've seen before that Mobizilla can have his confidence affected, and that might lead into a worse result against Young Savage, who might not be able to leapfrog him. But now, when you're losing points against the person that's underneath you, suddenly you're fearful of relegation. Like Tendo was saying, as you go deeper into the season, you're worried about the further games you have to play. So he's thinking about all that other stuff, in addition to having to think about the titanic competition that is the TheBeastBinachi.
So we do have confirmation. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing Mobizilla and the Beach actually going up against each other today. So our admin team is now busy rearranging tonight's schedule. So tonight's schedule is, for the time being, an unknown mystery. So I'm not quite sure what we can allude to, but we can chat about a few things while we wait for that confirmation to see what's the next game that we're going to be seeing today. And then, of course, what's our third game for the day? So let's do a little bit of a podcast. If Umzansi Esports Season 4, a little bit of a podcast as we rehash what we've seen so far. So let's go through some of the games. Obviously, that leaderboard looking pretty spicy at the moment. Masoom just jumping up. What are some of the highlights that you've had so far, Tendo? I mean, coming into FIFA, of course, it's always a fun time, but what are some of the... I mean, you mentioned it a little bit briefly. We've had some insane goals, but we've had equally some massive goal defenses, actually. And obviously FIFA 22, a little bit of the change up, some of the players changing cards, etc. Tell us a little bit about some of your highlights about Season 4 so far.
Yeah, season four's been quite interesting, honestly, right? The goalkeeper change I didn't think was going to be so impactful, but it really has become, right? Because I think alone in the match we just watched, we probably saw about 5 goals being stopped by Donnarumma alone,
Mm.
you know, on both sides, probably. And to think if we were maybe throwing it back to season three, a lot of those maybe would have gone in. So it's impacting a lot of the score lines and a lot of just like the play styles that people have to come into with this one, right? You know, I feel like I hate to say it, like that game just there was definitely a highlight so far of the season. You know, I think it was quite a banger back and forth. You know, you love to see the top dogs in the game go up against each other. It was a bit of a derby, they got the bravado v Goliath vibes going on over there. So it's always interesting to see those kind of matchups when they do shape up. But thus far, the most interesting thing for me has been kind of like the storyline that's looming over Savage. You know, like young Savage comes into the season, you know, as the champion, but hasn't started off as a champion. That's for sure. You know, not finding any points thus far. It's a bit unlike him. You know, so is this really the time where we're gonna see him to maybe crumble? Or is he going to come from the shadows and kind of emerge again, right? Because in season three, that's basically what happened. He didn't start the season off great, not as bad as he is doing right now, right? But it was a slow start to the season, found a little bit of his footing, finishing that top four, and then just blew us away in that playoff weekend and, you know, ends up winning the league. But thus far, it's been a bit awkward in a couple of the matchups that he's had. So I'm kind of really curious to see where Savage ends off in the season thus far.
Yeah, so it's funny that you mentioned that. So I have our next game up for grabs,
Ooh.
and it is none other than Young Savage versus the Beast.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh.
So
All
Snare,
right.
if you would, could you continue what Tinder was just talking about?
I don't know now.
Into the next
Okay.
match.
Oh no, the
So,
beast. What do we do
yo,
now for him? And Savage
much-
now.
I was saying earlier how for the TheBeastBinachi, the worst possible matchup to start today is Masoom, right? For Young Savage, given how the season's been going, the worst possible matchup to have to start his day, right? Because he prospectively still has to play Mobi. The worst possible thing is to play the TheBeastBinachi, who's still out for revenge, right? Because all of what I was saying earlier about how the Beast feels against Mobi, none of that's changed, right? And we've already seen in the season, Masoom has beaten Young Savage. He beat him 3-1, right, earlier in the season. So now the Beast is thinking, oh, okay, fine. I was gonna get revenge against you by beating Mobi worse than you beat him, but I'll take whoever. The Beast doesn't really care who the opposition is going to be, right? And to make matters worse, he knows Young Savage in and out, right? These two are part of the same camp. They obviously train together all the time. They have the gap between season 3 and season 4. A new FIFA came out, right? Who else are you going to be practicing this new FIFA with, except for the people already in your camp, the people you respect, the people. If you're the Beast, right, you want to play against the best. At the time, Young Savage is the champion. He's still the champion. So this is gonna be a tough one for Young Savage, especially given that he hasn't had the easiest season, and he's still on 0 points. If he loses this game,
Yeah, it's
if he
already
loses
too
this
much.
game,
It's
not
also a
only
case.
is he pretty much out of reach of playoffs, but then we have to talk about relegation.
It's also a case of, we were saying initially, okay, well, it was going to be that Mobizilla versus Young Savage game in place of Unfaced, but it is actually, Unfaced has forfeited the last game, so Divac was awarded the win, so that's going to shape up the standings a little bit there. So it means only one more game today, unfortunately. So only 2 FIFA games today instead of the 3 that we had scheduled, but it's okay. We still got FIFA action, and then after that, we've got some PUBG mobile action. So first and foremost, we're going to be focusing on the fact that, as you mentioned, we've got, the two Goliath boys going head to head. We've got Young Savage and the TheBeastBinachi. Whoo! With the storyline that we're talking about, with the opportunities for Young Savage, coming back from the previous season as the champion, now going up against someone like the Beast. It's sort of your teammate. It's not your teammate necessarily, but it's your teammate. It's your bro.
Yes.
And now you have to go up against him. You know him in and out. He's hungry for blood. He wants some revenge. And now he's looking to you for that revenge. So it's not a fun time. Tendo, I mean, if you were in Young Savage's shoes right now, what are you doing for your mentality? What are you doing to prep for this matchup?
What can you do to prep for the matchup right now? You kind of just have to come into this one and just play the FIFA that you know. I think that's the only mentality that you have to come in with the Young Savage. You can't really be like, it's the Beast ahead of me. You just have to come into this and realize where you are on that table. it's a do or die game, quite frankly, right? Because he needs these points to keep himself in that conversation of finishing in top 4, even if it's 4th at this point for him. At least not get relegated, right? But hey, we'll just have to wait and see exactly how it's going to shape up between these two right here, Young Savage and the Beast. And we didn't do predictions. I don't even want to predict a game like this.
I was
right
actually
now
glad with
because-
last time.
Yeah, we were never gonna get it right. Let's be honest. I don't know. It was gonna be a bit off.
Listen, I have an issue with predictions because it always means that I'm cursing someone somewhere, so I won't make you do that. I won't.
Oh,
But we've already talked about the storyline. We've already spoken about how important this game is for Young Savage. You know, not only is it obviously an opportunity for him to climb that leaderboard, which he desperately at the moment needs to do, because we don't want to see a Young Savage in relegation. Look, we don't want to see anyone in relegation, but at the end of the day, someone has to go to relegation, right? So
yeah,
please just do your best to make sure it's not you. That's the only thing any player in Umzansi Season 4 can really do. So from Young Savage's side, every single game is massively important, even if it is against, you know, your teammate slash your bro from the same organization. It's unfortunate, but it is what they have to do. I mean, if you're talking about playstyles, Snare, you know, how to do the two compare. You mentioned obviously that the Beast, you know, takes a little bit of time to like sort of warm up, you know, kickstart the engines a little bit. How does that come through when we talk about Young Savage? How is he normally in these sort of situations?
Young Savage normally has been a very explosive player, right? Where he doesn't need to be on the ball all that much, right? He can absorb pressure for a while, wait for a key opportunity. And it's weird. It's not like counter-attacking football, but it's just, he just scouts the opportunity. He can read the pitch very, very well. He's always trying to progress the ball up, but he doesn't like explode until he has a perfect opportunity to do so. Versus the Beast, who every touch is trying to build into a goal, right? He's very strong on the build-up play, trying to advance with every opportunity to get it into the back of the net. And we've seen Young Savage, before he started making the climb, Tendo was mentioning that in Season 3, he also had a rough start to the season. But before he started making that deeper climb up into the upper echelons of the top 4 and eventually the championship, his defense was fairly leaky, and he had a bit of a rough time against these extremely aggressive players, which the Beast can be at various times. So there's a bit of worry in that regard. And the previous matchup that they played in Season 3, they didn't meet until the playoffs again. But in league play, the Beast kind of demolished Young Savage. It did not look that pretty. And it kind of feels like the way the BeastBinachi is right now. I was thinking about this, right? That he's the only person in the FIFA Goliath camp who hasn't won the Umzansi Esports League. The only guy. We had Young Unfazed did it first, then Young Savage did it second, and now he's just sitting here being like, come on, y'all. No, we can't abide by this, right? So this is probably the one competition in Africa that he hasn't accomplished anything massive yet. So it kind of feels like he also has a chip on his shoulder about the competition. And I kind of feel like Young Savage has to come out the gate swinging extremely quickly, because if he's going to be hesitant, in this season, he has been a bit hesitant with his attack. And if he keeps that hesitation up, the Beast is not a player that's going to allow you to get away with not putting him to bed when you have the opportunity.
So, I mean, just to add more fire for the beat, I can't even believe this. So we just got word about the Mobizilla matchup. It's not going to be, replayed. Moby has given the forfeit to Beast.
Oh,
so the Beast is going into this game not only with an explosive game against Masoom, but another forfeit on his back as well. So this scoreboard is going to look completely different at the end of the day. It's not going to be the same thing. We're in a different season. This is actually season 5.
I'd honestly I'd love to be watching today's, stream, to be honest. Like, you must be at the edge of your seat, like, yo, what's gonna happen next? Oh my gosh, like, all right, cool.
So yeah, I'm just sitting, I'm staring at my admin chats waiting for the next ball to drop. But
and then they just stop the game on us. Cool.
Thanks, guys. Production, you guys are great. Guys, take it out. It is the match we've been waiting for. Tendo, Snare, do what you do.
Let's go. Let's do what we do, and let's hope that the players do what they do. Young Savage and the BeastBinachi. So the Beast right now, he gets the L on the previous game. Automatically now he's back at the top of the table. Now has an opportunity to extend the lead. So that's even more impetus to win the game. And if he gets this early goal inside the box right now with Mbappe, looking for the dribbles, finding the goal into the top corner, That's a way to start things off. That's a way that he'd love to cap off his Saturday. The Beast right now, as things stand, at 15 points, 3 points clear of Masoom. The greatest revenge is success.
Yeah, you know, I think sometimes the day just shapes up to be quite interesting, right? Because it's weird for Young Savage now because Young Savage is just belted with all this information as well. So and so is not here now, and now there's just this, and everything's getting moved up and down, right? Because that's to play on your mental, right? Because now it's no longer you're versing technically a wounded and weak, you know, the beast. He's feeling good. It's like, yeah, I had my warm-up game, got my 3 points, technically speaking. So I'm just like, okay, cool. He's in this one to win this, get himself right at the top of the table, and he's playing absolutely well so far. Just bringing the ball forward here into the box, finds the players. He's still in, takes the shot, but goes wide. All right, cool.
All right, you know, sometimes you have to believe in the heart of the cards, and that time around, Young Savage gets saved. Almost went into the back of the net. 2 goals to start with, and now on the counter attack, he's onside here. Young Savage with Mbappe. Will he find the goal? No, he doesn't, but Messi's still on it. Will earn himself the corner kick that came so close. Oh man, if he'd gotten that goal, it would have given him so much breathing room. But now, still playing from the back foot, still playing from behind, in a situation where, like you said, it's do or die. If he loses this particular tie, then all hope pretty much of playoffs are gone. Doesn't have a chance to really defend the title. The chance is still there mathematically, but he needs other people's results to favor him. His fortune won't be in his own hands anymore. And that, obviously, for a champion, is not a fate you ever want to be in.
Yeah, it's definitely not something that you want to be in. And right now, San Maximin on the ball, playing it up for the Beast. Beast is just finding these holes. He's penetrating into the defense, and the defense wakes up all of a sudden and takes it out. It's going to be a corner. The corner is played quite wide. It's a cross back in, and the keeper squanders the ball. It's going back into the pole. What's going on? He gets it though. Thankfully, that could have went south. That would have been detrimental for this competition right here for Young Savage. But Savage still in this one, playing it. He's trying to find a few players up forward. Interesting pass.
Yeah, very interesting. Yes, let's use that word. You know, euphemisms are good for a Saturday sometimes, and doesn't go his way. And sadly, not only does the pass not go his way, the way it's looking right now, the Beast is actually prepared to sort of slow down the play, look to progress this ball up slowly. What a pass to Janola. We're trying to release Mbappe back again. Won't be able to do so. A bit too many defenders, but finds him with a short pass. Allows the overlapping run. Will he find San Maximan? Instead, going to keep on the ball, looking for the dribbles. Gets Renato Sanchez involved instead. Who's going to hold the ball up long enough to find Ginola again. The dispossession will be there. Marquinhos, heroic there for Young Savage. It could have been a goal. It feels like he's just holding on by the skin of his teeth, but somehow he's still holding on.
Yeah, holding on as much as he can, but now Messi's holding on to the ball and driving it forward, trying to open up some space here for Young Savage, who passes it in to a defender. And now it's going to be the Beast to reset it, and reset it he does for Young Savage, that is, as he's got the ball back and he can play it forward, finds the pass down the line to Mbappe. Mbappe onto Neymar. Neymar's in a dangerous spot, but the defender, Marquinhos, is there to hold off, I believe. And
I feel like if we do have a highlight reel or a team of the week, we're going to end up in a situation where it's like just 5 defenders on both sides. It is going to be incredible. And
I feel
as
like
we see the ball getting carried up,
coming up as, you know, a really strong defender for a lot of the players as well, right?
Absolutely. Young Savage. Goes for the goal. We don't hear the crowd reaction, unfortunately, because we do not have the commentary from this. Sadly, the players, we get the feed from the other side, so we're not fully in control of the audio, and that would have been a situation where you'd hear the crowd going wild for the goal almost happening, but came close, but no cigar. And Young Savage, it feels like he's somewhat settling a bit more into this game, right? Where the nervousness, the edge, that at the beginning of the game is somewhat ebbing away, but there's still a lot of issues that need to be covered, especially if this goal goes through, Tendo, because he's inside the box for the TheBeastBinachi, looking for a player to release. N'Golo Kante and Renato Sanchez, the interplay between them allows the forward advancement of Pele and Mbappe. Neither of them are really in a good shooting position, but Mbappe gets there now, dribbles past the keeper, dribbles past the defender, gets it into the back of the net, And we don't need a crowd because we've got the hype for the second goal. The TheBeastBinachi is ahead.
And the only word I can really think about that you used quite well was dismantling, right? And kind of felt like that situation, the young Savage was getting dismantled by the Beast. Couldn't really close him out. Couldn't find the defender to stop the pass that really started it all. But he's on an attack of his own here. Neym's on the ball. Can Neymar find something? Find Son. Son takes a wide shot that won't really find anything but a goal kick for now. And the Beast gets to reset and maybe get something from this now. And yeah, I mean, Snare, what do you say? What do you do right now? It's 2-0 Young Savage starting off the day. He's sitting almost at the bottom of the table, if not for goal difference, right? But I mean, as it's shaping up, the goal difference is starting to stack up, and this is our season champion. You know, you wouldn't really expect this, but then you look on the opposite side, it's the Beast that he's playing against. So it's like, yeah, it's just a hard pill to swallow, I feel, today.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose also the TheBeastBinachi might want revenge for the fact that it was Young Savage who took him out of the playoff situation. So this is one of those. Referee. Okay. I thought he was gonna let that one go. Red card. Red card.
Wait,
okay.
what? Red
The
cards?
game just got very interesting because N'Golo Kante has been handed the red card. The TheBeastBinachi now down to 10 men here, Tendo.
I can't handle it, man. It's just too much, you know. I feel like I haven't seen a red card for a long time as well. So now we're gonna see the Beast have to play with a man down. And now it's kind of like leaning into the storyline of like, okay, Savage, I think your guardian angel, you know, we see you at the top there, 777, lucky number. It's happening. You know what I'm saying? Maybe this is it. This is what he needs to get back into this one, have that man advantage, try to play those overlaps if he can find them. I mean, the Beast can now just adjust his entire playstyle because he's playing with this cushion of 2 goals, right? We'll just have to wait and see. Second half is underway, which has just flown by completely. I mean, yeah, we still have another leg of this, of course, but you know, this first one is where everything kind of counts. It always shapes up how that second leg goes.
Absolutely. And should he be able to maintain this 2-goal lead for himself, not only would that be a great situation for the TheBeastBinachi, but on the mental game for Young Savage, having to contend with the fact that you were unable to put past goals versus 10 men really going to weigh on him and his confidence going into the second leg. So he needs to find goals as well for himself. The TheBeastBinachi probably recognizing this. That's why he's brought on the more defensive player, taking off Alan Saint-Maximin, playing more players at the back, and look for the long ball, unable to really release Theo Hernandez, sadly for him. But it doesn't really matter, right? Like whether or not he's scoring is immaterial as long as the ball is far away from the back of his net. And as long as he's keeping this goal lead, he's happy. He's not just winning, but he's also putting more mental pressure back on Young Savage.
He's putting on a lot of mental pressure, and he's had to come into this one with a lot, right? You know, there's so much weighing on his shoulder, but that pass is good. But defense is there to close that one off, and it's a bit unfortunate.
Nice.
You know, he's trying to find those overlaps at least right now, Young Savage, where that extra man can be in. But it does seem like the Beast has adjusted well with that substitution, and now he's going to play this one off as he runs it down the line. Oh, yeah. Back to the defense, trying to recycle the ball to try open it up down the middle. And yeah, I think if Savage can work off this extra man advantage, I think he can, you know, bring us in for this draw, at least come into that second leg, and he can really start to, you know, fire on all cylinders to try to win this one in. But look at the Beast. The Beast is still here. The Beast is still playing. The Beast gets a goal anyways, even though he's a man down. He's like, you're going to give me a handicap. Okay, cool. I'll take it.
Yo, all right. Unfortunately, we do not give goals and award them based on a curve. But if we did, we'd certainly be giving that to the TheBeastBinachi today because, my goodness, the quality of his finishing has just been sublime in this particular tie. It's been incredible to watch him go. And that third goal, like you mentioned, it doesn't just come from a fantastic place from the counterattack all the way through the full carry. We saw some shades of that in the matchup against Masoom. We're still seeing it in this game. But it's also the fact that, like you said, he did it with 10 men. And it doesn't look like he's playing with 10 men right now. He's the one that's applying the pressure. He's the one with Mbappe in the box, looking and searching for Ginola. Managed to scout him out. The ball being interplayed. Does it come back to Mbappe? It almost gets there. Suddenly sliced out. But no, he gets it back still. The header from midfield finds Renato Sanchez. Will he be able to pick out the pass to Pele, who's wanting the ball? Instead, he goes short to Ginola. Can't get past Renato Sanchez and Marquinhos on the other side. But man, like, it does not feel like even noticing that he doesn't have N'Golo Kante.
Yeah, you wouldn't really say it, right? He's just defending so well, but Savage finds a bit of a run to work with here with Mbappe. Mbappe is in a dangerous spot. Pass it to Messi, who takes the shot, but the keeper's there to send it wide onto the short corner. And they're bringing it back here, the team of Young Savage. He needs to find something, man. He's playing with this extra man advantage, but it doesn't really seem like he has that extra man. Like you said, you'd actually think he has the red card at this point, the way the game is shaping up. And look at how they're closing him out here. The Beast is on a mission. He wants to score some more goals. He doesn't really care how Young Savage is playing it out. And as he plays this one forward, he's finding the men there. Pele's on it. Pele can be really dangerous on the wing, and he goes past the one defender. The second defender is trying to track back to get onto him. Finds the pass in, but there's Donnarumma. Slides in to save the day.
That was beyond close. That was moments, breaths away from actually going into the back of the net. Would have properly put him to bed on the other side. But Young Savage needs to utilize his opportunity. He might have caught him on the counter-attack. Can he find him on the break? He finds Neymar in the middle of the box. And Neymar goes for the shot, but the 12th man is back. 2 days in a row. He comes through, denies crucial goals. Oh my goodness. Young Savage could have been back. And instead, it's a counter-attack for the Beast, but it's an offside. Okay.
Hey, all right. Is it 12th man or is it actually just the 11th man that didn't go off the pitch? Anyways, will we ever know? We don't know. But for now, we're still in this reality where the Beast is up 3 nonetheless as well, right? And I mean, 75 minutes on the clock, 25 to play. Savage needs to basically, get a miracle here to bring 3 goals into this one without breaking the defense, which is apparently unbreakable at this point for the Beast. But he's making a couple of strides, and we haven't seen that explosive Savage that we're usually used to, right? Yeah, it's not like he's been quiet. It doesn't really feel like he's able to play his game. But as I say that, he's Neymar dribbling. What?
All right.
All right.
Okay, that was
nah.
All right. It's Donnarumma, man. Donnarumma. Okay.
It's actually unfair,
It actually is unfair. It actually is. Like, we should start considering the question of competitive bans and say no one's allowed to put Donnarumma in the team because this is a bit bizarre. Maybe I was actually going to say that perhaps that Young Savage is one of the reasons why he's not really been as explosive is not just because of the different game, but it really feels like he's one of the players that's been quite impacted by that goalkeeping ability. Like, a lot of the incredible goals that we saw him scoring in Season 3 just aren't possible in this particular iteration of the game. So I wonder if that's really impacting his ability to have that same degree of confidence in his finishing. And because,
to change it up, I think maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. He needs to do stuff like this, right? Where the Beast is just changing everything up. Each ball that the Beast touches, it feels like it's going to lead into something dangerous. Whereas with Young Savage, he doesn't feel like he has the full confidence that you used to, that he's always building into an attacking position. Unless this works out, but nope. Achraf Hakimi, the great prophet, says no to Son.
I mean, with 86 on the clock as well, right? It's kind of sealed and shipped at this point for Young Savage that, he's going to have to coming back into that second leg and try to score 3 goals, just to level it up. And this man is still on the attack, by the way. As we speak here, he's trying to make this happen and he's running it down. Defense is at least pulling back to slow it up a little bit. But if he can find a pass in here with this fancy footwork that we're actually seeing on the touchline from the Beast finds the pass over here and he's in with Sanchez. But thankfully, the wall that is in front of him finally stops it. Yes, it finally stops it. And Young Savage is going to have to just end things off there with 3-0. Unable to convert on that.
Not just unable to convert, Tendo, unable to convert from the astounding advantage he was given, right? At the beginning of the second half, red card. You have an entire half to play with 10 men. You not only fail to be able to get a goal forward yourself, right? But he ends up conceding a goal. And now he's in a situation he has to come back with 3 goals against a full 11 that the Beast is going to have going into the second leg. So his confidence is rattled right now. He's not in a good place. The way the game was looking as well, the Beast had complete control of the game with 10. he was already controlling the game when he had the full 11. He got 2 goals in that first half. So we also haven't seen, like you were mentioning, any of the real shades of the championship caliber Young Savage. So if you can't bring that to the table, and Young Savage, for all of his things that we praise him about, right, for all the amazing plays we've seen on the pitch, adaptation is not one of his highlighted skills, whereas that is a skill that the TheBeastBinachi has. So if you're struggling to adapt, and you already struggle to adapt, and you're losing this bad, it's a bit concerning going into the second leg here, whether or not he can come back.
Yeah, I think if we don't see a goal within that like first 20 minutes from the Young Savage, I don't know if he's coming back in this fixture, right? Because the beast is also just warmed up. You know, the engine is ready and it's rolling. It's in gear 6 at this point, the way he's playing. And he even got that really nice news just before the game that, like, you know, he's got those extra points to work with on his shoulder. So, I mean, he's capitalizing heavy of today thus far. You know, I think Young Savage really needs to, like you say, he doesn't have that same, you know, prowess that he used to have in the third season, where I think the goalkeepers are now limiting him. Maybe he needs to try work around that, you know, really try to understand, especially Donnarumma, because I think that's it. That's going to be on our mouths the entire rest of the season. Donnarumma, the save. Because I don't think that's going to stop. He is going to have to probably go back into, you know, some training and just figure out how to get past that keeper, right? Because sometimes that can also be a problem for some players, right? Because it is very much, okay, a specific way the keeper can goal keep. Let me learn around that. Let me try playing my balls in a little bit differently to work around that positioning that the keeper's always in, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it does feel that just the same sharpness that he had on that attack isn't really there this time around. And although once you do find your stride, we have definitely seen in FIFA before, and in a lot of competitive environments, that you can try and sort of fail to hit the perfect situation, both in terms of your own understanding of the game and your own talents to play it. So he just needs to be able to find that particular sweet spot. And it did take him a while in the previous season to reach it. Unfortunately, though, you don't have as much leeway, right? Not only are you now playing with less time on your hands, right? The season was a bit compacted because of the release of the new game, but also you're the champion. Everybody has their back or their target out specifically for you. They're watching how you play, they're studying how you play, they're trying to dismantle exactly what you do in the game. So he's now already in a situation. He starts this game off, and I saw the tactic change early on. He's going for that ultra defense, does not want to concede more goals, understands the situation that, well, I might not be able to, you know, getting 3 goals clean against the Beast without reply is a difficult proposition. But the last thing he can afford is more goals conceded, because now we're starting to have that conversation, Tendo, where really relegation, not just on points, but also on goal difference, is a possibility.
Yeah, goal difference. We don't speak enough about it because it really does, differentiate, the higher caliber of players, right? Because yeah, you can lose a game, and ultimately, a loss, regardless of how many goals you get, is always going to be no points, right? You know what I mean? And a win, regardless of how many goals you're going to get, is going to be 3 points, right? But it's when we have to go into those little nitty gritty moments in the season where you're on the same points because you've leveled up on that regard. Now it's your goal difference, and it's these games where you're just losing. Yes, you lose and don't get the 3 points, but you're losing goal different.
Woo! Okay.
Okay.
All right. That's not a way to keep a good goal difference, because we see the TheBeastBinachi unleashing out of nowhere. It really didn't seem like that was going to be a goal. It looked like the defense was good for it, but suddenly the ball gets spilled by the final defender, and it goes into the back of the net. As if things could not get worse for Young Savage, he's now looking at 4-0 down. He needs this goal. When Mbappe gets something, Mbappe goes for the shot, but
bro,
do you want to say the name?
Nah, I'm literally tired, and we still have to come back tomorrow and do another 3 days, and we're gonna see him there tomorrow. So yeah, he is the beast. He recycles the ball well from that position. He's trying to make this attack. He finds a nice little pass onto Pele, and Pele doesn't have quite enough pace to go past the defender, but will retain the ball, will hold on to the ball and wait for a couple of members on the team to progress forward. And that pass is squandered, and it's good for Young Savage to maybe work off with. But look who's behind there, ready to work. It's Kimpembe holding up the line, and he's coming in. He's actually playing off his mark to try and close up the space. And yeah, closes it up a little bit, but still finds some room. I lie, and there he is once again, the beast, ready. He's on it, and there's a play in front. He finds the pass into Mbappe. Mbappe's in. Mbappe cuts in. Mbappe takes a shot. Mbappe scores for the Beast Bianchi. Wow. What a player.
You wanted early goals to come out of Young Savage. Unfortunately, the Beast Bianchi is warmed up. He's revved. He's smelling that blood in the water, and he is out here ready to pounce. And immediately, he just scored a goal. This is when he's normally the weakest as a FIFA player, but he's bouncing straight away. Wants the third one, doubling up the overall aggregate lead. Right now, it's at 5. Wants to make it 6. He manages at the very end from the side of Young Savage to keep the ball out. But the Beast says, nah, this attack ain't finished until I score this goal. Still looking for it now with Mbappe. Holds it up, gets past these defenders, trying to get past the final man. But good defense there from Young Savage at the nick of time. That should come on, man. Come on.
Hey,
Come
we've seen so many offsides today, dude. What? I swear, I haven't seen this many offsides in a game of FIFA in forever. And I don't know if it's because the games are just intense or if it's kind of the desperation that you kind of see that it comes out sometimes, right? You got to find those passes even if they aren't going to always be the best. And the Beast is still on it. The Beast is still giving problems to Savage. Savage has barely gotten a chance to play off the ball. Mbappe is here again. Mbappe, though, is stopped well by Young Savage, who can try and reset the ball but loses it. And it's going to be at least a throw in for him for now as he tries to work forward. Passes are very just a little bit cutthroat, just a bit, not quite what you'd always see from Young Savage. He's really struggling today, yes. I mean, wow, man, the Beast is just locking him down, dude. It's like he's reading a book at this point, dude. The novel, he's deep in this novel. Look how deep he is with the Pele. Pele's in the box. Can Pele find anything? There's lots of defenders and all the players have run forward, and yeah, it's just gonna get recycled by Young Savage.
In the fighting game community, what they call this, he's got the full download. You know, there's fiber everywhere in South Africa these days. So he upped the download speed, easily able to figure out Young Savage. Young Savage trying to change things up. He's been playing a lot through the center. So looking for this more wing-based run. Unfortunately, the Beast Bianchi reads this perfectly. N'Golo Kante back in the game. No red card for him this time around. Who's he going to pick out as his man? We'll decide on Mbappe. Jonola occupying the middle of the box, waiting for the pass, waiting for the ball. Mbappe not going to supply him just yet. So a little bit too much time, a little bit too many touches, so it does get dispossessed. Young Savage, though, and like just compare and contrast, right? Even in this dangerous position, doesn't yet feel like he's going to score, but he needs to make this happen. Goes for the shot. You want to say the name?
Donnarumma's back at it again.
There we go.
Save, and it's going to have to come through to a corner here for Young Savage. And Young Savage needs to find something here. He's down 5-0, and the Beast is not letting it down. And Hakimi is carrying the ball forward here. The Prophet, as he starts to bring it, he finds a great pass here down the wing to San Maximin. And I mean, the Beast is just utilizing all the tools in his arsenal quite well. Yeah, look at the pass back into Pele. Pele is in the box. Pele finds the turn. Can he open it up to get a shot in? No, he has to pass it to Ginola, who is just caught in transit there. Can't really get through that one. Young Savage able to come through and get it. Almost got an attack on his side. But the Beast is back once again.
Yep.
I'm surprised with the possession stats, actually.
The thing is, though, I think it's the reason it feels like the Beast has more possession is that he's been a lot more intentional with what he does on the ball. I wanted to mention this just before that final attack we saw from Young Savage that didn't, unfortunately, wind up in the back of the net. Is even when he's in these extremely good positions, when he's past one of the final defenders, one-on-one with the keeper, in a very good place on the ball, it doesn't actually feel like he's going to actually put it into the back of the net. It always feels like this is a transition into something else. Whereas for the Beast Bianchi, as we saw from the first half, going right now into the second half, from the first leg even, everything he's doing has almost resulted in a goal. When he gets the ball, sure, he might not always get the goal, but best believe he's going to either get a shot off, he's going to force you to make a key tackle, he's going to force you into having to reposition your entire team to having to deal with this. And these interceptions that he's going to make right now from Young Savage, he knows he only has 45 minutes left. I don't think he can really afford to keep with the ultra defensive posture anymore. But at the same time, if he gives it up, he might concede so many goals. He needs this one to happen for him. Neymar, can he find it? He's still on the ball, but he gets easily dispossessed. That feels very, very, very bad. That feels very, very, very bad.
I mean, flawless defense so far from the Beast, right? You can't fault him anywhere, even when he makes a couple of mistakes here and there. It just also seems like Savage isn't able to capitalize on those mistakes. And here he is once again on this attack. Maximin finds the ball to Ginola, back to Maximin. Can they open up the pitch here with this link up play? And he's just trying to dribble past everybody, and he's just running around in circles at this point. Savage trying to get the ball, and I don't know how he doesn't intercept that one, but Pele does get the ball back. Kante is on it. Kante back to Sanchez, but the defense is getting closed off well, at least this time, by Young Savage, to not really open up any room for the Beast to work with. But he's still finding these spots, these little holes in the defense that aren't covered just yet, but finally loses the ball. And now Son has to make something happen from this run. This is one of those, he's holding the possession of the ball.
Nope.
To just do something to bring himself back, man. This is a reference that I'm trying to think of here. It's on the tip of my tongue, but I just can't think of it. The way that the Beast has just been playing today, he's not even giving Savage a chance to be Young Savage, you know? It's weird.
He smothered him in every aspect of the pitch. Pretty much no balls are available for him to run on, and the goals just keep coming, or the goal threat every single time. The TheBeastBinachi is on the ball. He's forcing this kind of attack. He's here with Mbappe, finds Renato Sanchez. This could be the third goal that he gets for himself. Doesn't need it, of course. Young Savage doesn't want it to be conceded anyway. And it kind of feels like such an asymmetrical contest, right? Because the Beast at this point is scoring because he just likes scoring. And that's just how he plays football and how he plays FIFA. But for Young Savage, he's literally fighting not just for his life in this particular game, but potentially for the playoffs. And now the TheBeastBinachi, all right, okay, showing off a little bit, gives away a goal. He's like, you know what, fam? We're part of the same crew. Here you go. You know, a little bit of a Christmas present for the homie.
Sir, I don't know about that one, but all right. Here we go. Beast is back on the attack. Yeah, I mean, today's stream, you're just gonna have to create like an entire YouTube episode. I feel on just what's happened. We had an absolutely banger game started off with, right? Masoom versus the Beast. You know, edge of your seat, you couldn't breathe, and then there's this intermission period of like, what's to happen next? You know, it's basically Avengers all again. Now he's back here, the Beast, just playing with his food at this point, the way it seems with Young Savage. And yeah, Savage is just trying to find whatever he can at this point to just decrease the goal deficit, I think.
Yep. Kind of does feel like at this point the TheBeastBinachi has taken the foot off the gas a little bit. You know, he's passing around a lot more, he's dribbling, he's going up and down the pitch. That goal that he let through with the keeper, he's like, I mean, look at this. You know, he's just having fun right now. He knows that this game is effectively out of reach. He might try to go for another goal, but he wants it to be spectacular. You know, there was actually so much space for Ginola to pass it, but he's like, meh, who cares? I don't need this. And he doesn't, frankly. Like, the Beast at this point in time, sure, the one goal did come back from Young Savage, but will he be able to claw back 4 in the last 15 minutes of the game? It's very, very doubtful. So no matter what, Young Savage, though, looking for a sign of life. Oh, are you? No way. No way. All right. So that's the second goal in this tie that the 12th man says to Young Savage, I'm sorry, sir, but you're not beating the Beast today. I'm on track. Gianluigi Donnarumma is not the only keeper you have to worry about today.
I think everything is just against Young Savage in this fixture today. And kind of funny how it started off, right? Like I said, it was the Beast's warm-up game, and now this is Savage's warm-up game, but is it even a warm-up game at this point when he's going to end off without really going on to anything, right? So
yeah, you're just getting burnt. You're not getting warmed up or anything.
It's just hectic, man. And we wouldn't be saying these kind of things, right? If it's the season champion, you know what I'm talking about. Right? Like, it's just like, we expect Young Savage to be of caliber of where the Beast is, but it just seems like the Beast is running through him with a goal like that coming out of nowhere. Down the middle of the pitch. The keeper just null and void at that moment. It's just like, wow.
Yo, these new Europa League cards, man.
Yeah.
Yo, Danjuma coming there through from Villarreal. What an amazing goal. Slots it right past Young Savage. He really could not react in time. The power of that shot was incredible. And how quickly he got off the mark, right? From the set piece, immediately he's up on the ball. And that's just what the Beast has been warming up for. Back on 3-1. The deficit has increased yet again. We're now sitting at a 6-1 aggregate score. Young Savage wants to drag one back. Neymar in the box. Neymar with the
Oh!
shot. What? You really can't catch a break today.
Nah, you can't.
You really
catch a
can't
break.
catch a break. Yeah, I can't catch a break.
Yeah, shame, man.
When the universe has decided that you're going to lose today, Young Savage, who are we to stand in the way of this? Because my
Who are we but casters to try and bring this back into your perspective? But hey, man, it's just not. It's been the post twice, right? And some
Yep.
shots have just gone haywire. And now the beast is back, bullying him here in the final third. But oh no, it's actually a free kick.
Dangerous free kick as well. 23 yards out. This is prime position to score. We haven't seen many free kick goals, but this could be one of them. Okay. All right. Donnarumma, he's good for both players at this time around at the very least, but he can't keep the ball.
What's going on?
Young Savage gives up the ball in a very cheap way. Oh my goodness, this could be painful. Donnarumma, who is he going to look for? Finds N'Golo Kante, releases Gelson Martins, but they can't get it forward. He gets another free kick though, and yet again another dangerous position.
What's going on with the Savage defense, drawing so many fouls down here, right at the dying embers of the game, right? And this could be one of those shots, but no, it won't go in because you know who's at the end of that one catching it.
It's Donnarumma. It's Gianluigi Donnarumma. We're all going to be waking up middle of the night. You're going to be like, Donnarumma. Because, wow.
It's been a nightmare,
What a game.
to be honest with you, the way it went. I mean, I'm
shocked, honestly.
Listen. So can we request that these players not break my casters' heart today, please? Because my casters are going to lose their minds. If they're not losing their minds, they're going to lose their voices with the goals that have been coming through. I mean, it was like at the 20-minute mark that the Beast got a red card and down to 10 men. And then
early in the first half, like 40 minutes, just before that.
It was quite early. No, nothing happened. I don't know what you're talking about. There was no red card. No, one player down. No, we're just gonna keep grabbing. Yes. Listen, if you can say anything today, it's that the Beast is on something else. Absolutely, just going for any and every single goal. Absolutely possible. Look at that, 6-1 after a 5-4. Oh, okay. The Beast was warming up, eh? He was looking for blood. He was looking for it. Unfortunately, that storyline that we were talking about, Young Savage coming into this one, hoping that this is going to be the game that he starts making up, some of those points, starts climbing that ladder. It's not the game to do it in this one, unfortunately. But plenty games still left. That is, though, the last FIFA game for the day. Unfortunately, as you mentioned, that good news that the Beast got, starting off with this game, forfeit against Moby. He had a game against Masoom. So the Beast has been pretty busy. And here is why. Standings on the screen right now. Snare, please take us through this.
I can't believe this. The BeastBinachi started the day earlier on, wasn't at the top of the table, was behind Divac, but now at the top, Masoom beat him, got his revenge, 15 points, 2 points clear from Divac. Masoom sure does have some games in hand, but overall, the BeastBinachi really sitting pretty at the top there with 17 goal difference. Divac right behind him as well, because of the unfortunate situation that happened there. And Masoom, having earned his victory, gets himself up 13 goal difference as well with 10 points. Bobo Beast, yesterday the showing from him was enough to earn him right now a playoff berth. So he's sitting in a very good spot. And a couple of surprises. Season 1 champion Unfazed in 5th place. Mobizilla, former talisman of Bravado Gaming, getting a very, 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 very rare enough situation, finding himself losing out points automatically. He's in 6th place. Current reigning champion Young Savage is in 7th place. 0 points to his name, -10 on goal difference. Atibira, of course, like bringing up the rear, but the fact that Young Savage and Mobizilla, both of them have the similar goal difference as Atibira and a similar risk of relegation. If you paid me money and said predict this, I would not have been able to do this. Incredible stuff that we've seen here in Season 4 of the Umzansi Esports League.
I cannot believe what a day it has been for the Beast. Absolutely. I mean, at the start, we were like, okay, well, he's at least doing 2 games. Now, it turns out he's doing 3.
Yo, imagine if he beat Masoom. If he beat Masoom, he'd be so far clear. One goal separates him from being at 16 or 18 points. He's going to be replaying that game the whole night. No way.
Literally.
in his mind right now. I mean, he must be absolutely elated. What a day for the Beast. What a day for Masoom as well, taking that first win of the day. But ultimately, it was not enough to stop the Beast. Of course, that is the FIFA segment coming to a close. But it's made me speechless today. I don't know. These games, absolutely. Go watch them back. If you haven't, if you've missed them, go watch it again. We've got the VODs on YouTube. You better go check it out, because absolutely insane FIFA play. If you want to learn something, that's the best way you can learn, is by watching these professionals do what they do best. Big shout out to, of course, to our casters, Tendo and Snare, for giving us the action and the hype. It's been absolutely amazing. We'll see you guys tomorrow for the same time, same sort of information, same sort of action for FIFA, but there is still a PUBG segment after this one. So stay tuned if you want to see some of the PUBG mobile action. It's been such an awesome day. But I'm gonna ask one more time before we head off. Tendo, your final thoughts of the day. What are they?
Well, it's a weird one. It's the Beast day, but not quite. You know, you kind of like, he's at the top of the table, but in the beginning it didn't really look like that. And now it's like the young Savage do or die story for me again. He has to win 3 fixtures back to back to get only 9 points, and he needs to kind of pray that Bobo loses the rest of his fixtures, and then Moby does this, and then FaZe does that. Yo, it's too much. You know, I think today I'm gonna have to just go into the bathroom, get into the hot tub, and just relax, because it was a lot.
Yeah. You
Ban
can say
Donnarumma.
that again.
Ban Donnarumma.
Oh. Yo. Snare, from your side, I mean, with the games, obviously we still have tomorrow's games. What are you thinking? What's your thoughts?
I'm thinking, of course, Young Savage has that situation, but now the top 4 race is extremely interesting, because not only are Masoom, Divac, TheBeastBinachi at the very top of the table, Bobo Beast trailing a little bit behind them, and FaZe is still a bit of an unknown quantity we don't know about, but now we have the potential for Bobo Beast, right, who has been making the slow climb, right? I think for me that's my real highlight story of the season so far. Young Savage made a major splash last season, but Bobo has been slowly grinding away, chipping away at the big guns, until right now he's in this 4th place. Might have an opportunity over the course of the weekend to go further clear, solidify his placing for the playoffs. So that's really going to be fun to see. Are we going to have yet another Nkosi Super Cup upstart make his way through into the playoffs, get another championship? Literally, the story is writing itself, right? All the blocks are right there, exactly like last season. If it's not going to be Young Savage, it might be Bobo Beast, and I'm excited to find out if it's going to be him.
So, I mean, if that doesn't get you excited for tomorrow's FIFA, then you better come back either way. There's going to be action. Of course, as we mentioned, after this, it will be the PUBG Mobile segment, so stick around if you want some of that action. Otherwise, we'll see you tomorrow, same place, same time. Of course, this is the Umzansi Esports League Season 4, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the Umzansi Esports League Season 4, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa. My name is Proxy, and I will be your host for this evening's PUBG Mobile segment. It was an absolutely explosive FIFA segment, so, I mean, if you've ever missed it, definitely should go and check it out. But as we start, of course, I am joined by none other than your amazing casters. It's Ira, OG, and Patchy to bring you all the action with today. And speaking of today, let's take a look at that schedule to see what we have in store for you today. Of course, it is PUBG Mobile, so we have to talk about the three maps that we all know and love. Of course, starting with Erangel starting and then going to Sanhok and Miramar. So, you know, the three golden maps that we all know and love. And the times will depend on how quickly or how slowly these teams decide to take each other out, which so far we've had some very, very inspiring games, honestly. But speaking of the schedule, speaking about why we are all here, let's take a look at exactly that. The prize pool, the Season 4 prize pool for the Umzansi Esports League. It's $70,500 with the FIFA 22 segment taking home $2,500. And of course, PUBG Mobile as segment starting now, taking home $15,000. A lot of money, a lot of ka-ching that someone could potentially be taking a share of. So it's going to depend on how they are currently doing. We are getting ever closer to that promotion relegation matches, getting ever closer to finding our top 16 teams. This is the second last weekend that our 24 teams have to get into those top 16 spots, because if they are not in those top 16 spots, then unfortunately they will be relegated and not move on to the finals, which would be sad. It would hurt anyone's feelings to not move on to the finals to grab that share of the prize pool. But at least they won't be heading straight to promotion relegation matches. So, I mean, it's bittersweet, really. It's bittersweet. Patchy, if you would, take us through some of the highlights that we had, of course, yesterday and the day before.
Yeah, I mean, we had some very interesting games yesterday, I have to say. Certainly, it has been a little bit of an up and down, especially for the fans of the teams that are currently hovering around that relegation. And if you take a look at the standings right now, you'll see most of the teams that we've been seeing in this first page are continuing to be in that sort of safe zone, that safe area. But we've had a couple of jump ups. Namely, you can have a look at BBC, Rilla Insiders G3. They finally moved themselves up to the top page. But as I said yesterday, and I have to reiterate the same thing, you cannot get too excited just yet, because if you look down at that last entry in the first page over here in number 8, you can see G3 Temper is sitting with 109 points, which looks pretty good. However, when you move along to the rest of the leaderboard, you'll notice that it's not so cut and dry, and nothing is sunshine and rainbows for these teams, because while 109 points is great, especially compared with Rilla Insiders, who's sitting on 116, just beneath BBC with 120, those are, you know, pretty considerable scores. But 109 seems to be the score to beat, and unfortunately for G3, it's not a score that is too much higher than the rest of them. As you can see on this next page, we've got ATROX with 109, the Magicians with 108, Team Unique with 107, of course, Rainbow Six, C Esports, and Sincerity, 103, 102, Finland Apex also with 102. I mean, that is ridiculously close. That could easily change within the span of a game, and it is absolutely insane that we have a giant bulk of teams sitting in the middle of this leaderboard right now with such a close score. And as I said yesterday, we've never seen that before. And the fact that we're seeing it now is just absolutely nuts. I mean, these teams couldn't be closer. And that means that every single day counts, every single game counts, every moment of every match is going to count. Whether you're getting those kills is going to count. Whether you're getting those placements is going to count. All of this is going to count, because every single mistake that gets made will determine whether or not you go up or down on this leaderboard. And because the scores are so close, it is going to be neck and neck all the way. And these teams have to be very careful about that relegation zone, because it is coming. It is absolutely coming for everyone. And if you have a look at the teams that are currently stuck inside of it, you can see that things are a little bit dicey. These teams are not super far behind. Sidemen sitting on 94 points. That is not too far behind 109. It's a couple of points away. It's a good game away. And we have seen the likes of 4KT and plenty of other teams actually making it from very low on the scoreboard all the way to the top. G3 did it recently. They came from relegation. They moved themselves up. They're sitting on the first page, but they're not out of the woodwork just yet. And anything can still happen, which is insane.
Yeah, look, we said it yesterday. This is the most competitive season of PUBG Mobile that we have seen to date. I mean, season 4 really just bringing in the action, not only with individuals pulling up, double-digit kills because they feel like it, but also just the insane clutches we've seen, the insane points that we've seen. And of course, we talk about the points. How exactly do these teams actually accumulate all of the points that you've just seen on your screen? It's, of course, with placements and kills. Placements obviously meaning, if you come first, you're grabbing immediately, taking 15. Coming through in second, you're taking 12. Coming through in third place, you're taking 10. And that filters all the way down to 13th to 16th, which unfortunately, if you're 13th to 16th, you take nothing. But you could also make that up with your kill points. As you can see, 1 point per kill could mean that you can make the difference between, ending up last or potentially taking first place if you didn't actually place that well, but you had so many flipping kills that we saw yesterday, then it's fine. You're first place because you are just absolutely farming the lobby. And speaking of the kill leaders, right? So speaking of all these kills that we're talking about, these individuals that have been absolutely just phenomenal over the past few weeks, who have been picking up and putting down the law in our lobbies. We can actually take a look at our top 4 kill leaders as they currently stand before today's games. Of course, in first, we have Kato from the Infinity AA for 27 kills. Iro, I think you should take us through the rest of these.
And then you got from Slime 4 KT, which is Zeus with 24 and 5,660 damage, carrying out the most damage across the kill leaders over here. And then from Influence Rage Africa, we're going to be having Suli with 24 kills and 4,725 damage over there. And then coming out from 7 Sins Art of Killing, you just love to see that. And Nkosi team doing the most with 22 kills, and that's going to come out from Manfilis with 3,763 damage.
Whew, just absolutely doing everything.
Just how?
Just how? I mean, we had a single player pick up double-digit kills in one game yesterday. Patrick, do you want to rehash that? That beautiful moment?
It was very, very intense to watch a man pick up 10 kills in a game. It doesn't happen all that often, as Proxy pointed out yesterday. Kind of not something that we see, really. Usually teams maybe picking up 7 kills on a player is pretty good. That's a really well-performing team. So to pick up those double digits is pretty impressive. And then, of course, with that single game, with that single performance, he was able to boost himself up not only to MVP, but to a kill leader. So, I mean, that just shows you the amount of work that's going in there. So man's really just doing the work for him and his team. And to echo what DK was saying, if that yesterday he said that if that is the performance that we see out of one player, and I imagine if the whole team does something like that, if they're out here dropping double-digit kills, it's going to be nuts. And that's the kind of stuff we're kind of waiting for. I'm not expecting all the players in a single team to drop double-digit kills, but I mean, if we've got teams that are going to be performing like this, then anything can happen. And just to reinforce what we were talking about, this being the most competitive season, that's exactly what it is. These teams are all stepping it up. 7AOK, they had a really great debut in this season. Sure, they dropped off a little bit, but I mean, they're starting to come back, and they're out here, and they just proven that they can do it. And I mean, that should be encouragement to literally any of these teams, that it is possible to just make anything happen. And if this is the time to shine, like, now is when it needs to happen, because we are so close. As I said, all these teams are so close on this leaderboard that any small amount of like increase or just like extra power that you give in today and for the rest of the games, it's gonna pay off. You're gonna be able to move up that leaderboard, and hopefully some of these teams will be able to escape that relegation zone, because it's not gonna be nice. We have to send some teams home, and it's not gonna be nice to see them go away. So hopefully we see some of these guys get out of that relegation zone and get over into the finals, where we can just have an absolute crusher of a final, which I'm sure it will be this season. Of course, we have our groups today. Group B versus Group C, I believe, is what we've got going today. Group B on your screen here, as you can see, we've got the likes of G3 and Zero Tolerance, BBC. So, I mean, these are all teams that have been performing absolutely well. G3 having made it up onto that first page, so they're still in contention for staying up there. And I have no doubt they have the capability to do that. But I think at this stage of the game, we have a little bit of a different feeling than we did in round one. In round one, towards the end of the round, the teams that were sitting towards the top on that first page, they didn't really have to do anything, right? They were just chilling. It was no problem. There was no one that was going to be able to catch up to them. This round, however, it's a totally different story. They cannot sit by and just play passive. They cannot sit idly because their spot can be taken away in an instant. They have to play seriously for every single game.
Absolutely. And we mentioned it, yesterday we were saying there's not many games left for you to climb that leaderboard. So if ever there was a moment for you to pull out all the stops and make sure that you're getting as far up that leaderboard as you possibly can, because at the end of the day, it's just giving you that peace of mind that, yes, I'm definitely going through to the next phase. And as we know, it's close. Even if you're sitting in top 8, you can still very quickly jump out into relegation for, the weekend after. So need to be extremely careful, need to pull out all the spots, need to get all the kills, all the placement points you can possibly get, because it is getting very, very close to our finals cutoff time. And that means if you're not in that top 16, well, you're not playing for prize pool, and that prize pool is looking pretty juicy. So I hope everyone is on their game today. We're going to get into the first map of the day. This is the Umzansi Esports League Season 4, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa. You've got amazing casters. They are Patchy, they are Iro. They're going to bring you all the action. So guys, please take it away.
Yes, behind the scenes, we had a little bit of a prediction there that we're going to have at least 10 teams dropping down into the military base. And if that's not the case right now, I'm about to cry for the rest of the weekend, because that military base ain't seeing the love that it deserves. We have had a couple of teams dropping down there, so that there's at least that. But yeah, I don't know if we're going to see 10 teams dropping out there, but whatever. It is what it is. We don't expect much more. But certainly with that flight path looking so easy, I'm expecting these teams to have a really good early game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it is going to be quite the drops that we're going to get. You can already see a sort of fear and unique potentially going to the military area. Potentially maybe just only fear. And that could bring in some good games over there. So, yeah, the groups that we have today, Patchy, it's going to be so interesting to see exactly how they play. I don't know, like for me personally, I feel like some of these teams need to go out of their comfort zone, knowing that the pressure is present for most of these guys, right?
Yeah, I mean the pressure is definitely there, and we've been seeing that. Yesterday we had some very interesting fights happening with a lot of teams that needed to kind of make things happen, and a lot of them did. A lot of them were able to come out victorious in a lot of stages. We had the likes of BBC, for instance, taking a really nice chicken yesterday and getting themselves up onto that first page, and they're definitely a team that I sort of always knew they could make it up there, and I was always hoping to see them sort of get up there. And now that they're there, it's good to see them. And that just goes to show, any teams really that put the work in, that get in here consistently, that keep playing, that keep putting the best in, you can make it up there for sure and get into the finals. And with so many teams now scrabbling to make it into the finals, you have to give it your all. I mean, that's just it. Like I said, there's no time to sit back and relax. It is all cylinders firing right now. That's what it has to be for these teams. And that's a bit of an interesting zone drop, if I do say so myself, right down there onto the southwestern quadrant of our map. It's going to make it quite interesting, considering I see a big gap in the center of that zone. Maybe it's going to be a lot of perimeter fighting, maybe a little bit of gatekeeping going on, maybe some scrambling to get to safety. I see Sincerity going down in towards Milta, which is interesting because we already know that that's where BBC likes to drop. So it looks like they might just be looking for a fight.
Could be the potential play. I mean, getting them out very early in game number 1 could mean a lot for these guys over here, but it could also be risky, right? We don't really want any unpredictable plays this very early. The RNG based as well, your loadout could potentially not be in that area, but it does look like they are quite separated for the meantime, and this could potentially go in their favor, as the zone is in, you know, walking distance.
Yeah, it could certainly work out. It's always good to keep yourself close to that zone to make sure you can actually rotate in there. A lot of the problems that we were having pretty much throughout the season is, you know, some of those zone re-entries. Sometimes it's really difficult to get past some of these teams. Some of these teams have a very, very well-rounded capability when it comes to defending, you know, those lines. They're really good at stopping you from getting past them. And, you know, when you're stuck in that situation, it becomes very, very difficult because, sure, it's easy to fight when you're in the safety of the zone. But when you're outside trying to fight across the line, I mean, your location is known, your trajectory is known. All the team have to do is, you know, sit there and make sure you can't get across that line. And, you know, sometimes it's difficult to get in there. So definitely want to make sure that you at least have tabs on what that zone is doing and where it is shifting. Speaking of shifting, we'll shift our attention over here towards zero tolerance. And of course, Team Somalia here, who are just chilling in these compounds opposite one another across that road, not getting any tussles just yet. It seems like the teams are close to one another, but not getting into the fights just yet. They know that they have to get prepared for this. And I like to see that. You know, we saw a little bit of risky plays coming out yesterday when things came down to the wire, but we're not there just yet. You know, these teams still have the time to set up and get themselves prepared to more effectively take those early fights. And I'm really hoping that's what happens. Because, I mean, you could see, especially for me, I mean, just look at the potential here. Down in Malta Power, and even up in towards George, North Georgia and South Georgia, we've got these little groups of teams that could definitely take fights early on. And even if it's not an all-in, you know, you could still take a little bit of an engagement to try and pick up a kill or two. Because as I said, every single point, every kill is going to count hugely in your favor. So these teams really need to be looking for any foot in the door that they can find.
Definitely. I mean, you don't want to hog on to placements and say, okay, guys, we're doing just good. Because really, you're not. Everyone is gaining that same space of points that you are as well. So to be realistic is going out for the eliminations and trying to do your level best that you can in these 2 weeks that we have left remaining of Umzansi. Yes, there's still games tomorrow, but for the likes of like Sidemen and so forth, today's counts are quite dramatically, so they need to pick up some points. They need to go out of their comfort zone and try pick us up as much eliminations as possible. And maybe that's what's not really understood, quite frankly, is that, you know, nerves are quite present right here in these final moments. You have a lot of your, you know, the awareness focusing on rotation, etc., positioning, and when things don't go in your favor, teams doubly keen you, that option or thought wasn't really in play before tonight, right? So if teams like Sidemen go out of their comfort zone and start doing that exactly, put in their index fingers on their screens and going forward and trying to get as much kills as possible, that is the objective. That's what's really going to gain you a lot of points. And we're going to hopefully see some of that action break through. It's scary, man. That middle page is just so close. I mean, I'm not even worried about this.
Yeah, and I mean the top teams on the third page are just as easily in contention for the rest of the middle slots and even the top slots as the rest of the teams. So I mean, you're absolutely right. It isn't even a question about who's going to go into the relegation. It's who the heck is going to be able to win here. Who's going to be able to actually get the points, because these teams are all fighting one another, and it really is just about who gets more points than the other. Obviously, the teams that are lower down need a few more points, but ultimately, it's so close that really any teams that take a significant victory here, any teams that take a significant lead are going to be the ones that move up. I mean, that's just it. That's just the name of the game. You know, G3 took a win and some good points in yesterday's games, and you know, that just brought them straight up to where they needed to be. Not out of the woodwork, but certainly a lot higher than just about everyone else. But that position is not secure. You know, these teams could certainly still take that place away depending on the G3's performance. And it has been a little bit up and down lately, but certainly we saw a little bit of a resurgence from them, and they're going to need it because every single one of these teams is, they know what's at stake here.
Definitely. And if you look at teams like Time for KT, and we were talking about it in the beginning of the semifinals, you know, like we're like, what's happening over here, man? And now you look at the leaderboard and you're like, ooh, okay, I really like what they've done and how they've turned things around for them, and the consistency for them was amazing. So yeah, hoping to see what today brings for the middle page teams, and such as a Sidemen who's on that third page. They have the potential to bring it back in their favor. Teams like Fear, it's questionable. I mean, if you get 3 wins tonight, then sure, you can jump up that leaderboard within a rocket launch. So let's see what happens. Everything is on the table, laying itself out right now.
Yeah, and we just got a good look at ATROX jumping into some boats. They're just underneath Milta Power. So they are going to take that sea route in, which is nice. I like sea water getting utilized. It's definitely an underrated method of transport. Obviously, it's a little bit easier to run around on land where you can actually shoot from. But ultimately, I mean, how many successful fights do you really see vehicle versus vehicle? Most of the time, it's really just people getting shot out of the vehicles. So, taking the water route can be a little bit of a safer option, especially considering it's not all too common just yet in the league. So no one's really going to be expecting too much of that at this point in time. It is in the blue zone as well, so you're most likely not going to land into any resistance. So a nice easy rotate for them through the channel. BBC, of course, going to be making their way across via land, so more traditional route for them. Everyone else making their way in slowly into that zone. You can see Team Somalia have rocked up on top of this hill, and they're looking to start a fight. They're looking to put a little bit of damage in, and they might just find it on some of those Rain from Hell players.
And this is exactly where you get the opportunity to pick up some eliminations, right? An invitation to a party, and yeah, you just third wheel this one and try get some shots from a distance, and that could potentially mean a couple knocks and confirmations that you are able to get with this little bit of a sandwich as well. This means that the attention is not solely going to be here on Team Somalia, but rather on the initial fight that was at hand. So Team Somalia could be at advantage and try pick up some eliminations over here, and pick up the points.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see which of these teams is going to be able to recover from this fight. It's a little bit of a tough one, and inside the blue as well now as it's coming in. And, Team Somalia, they're just going to find the upper hand there. They really got a good position in there, and they were able to utilize it quite well. And now they're just going to be able to jump in their vehicles and leave. Rain from Hell going to be left to pick up the pieces there and try and recuperate a little bit. And it seems like they will successfully be able to do so. They're also getting themselves ready for that rotate, but certainly a bit of a difficult situation for them. Thankfully, they were able to recover, but the north side of that zone is certainly not looking easy by any means. We've got a lot of teams hold up in that position. And now with G3 moving into the center of the zone, it looks like they are returning to their classic G3 strats, ready to fortify the position right in the middle of the zone. And, when that starts to happen, it can be a very dangerous place to be. So we're going to have a look and see these teams slowly rolling on into that position, whether they're going to be able to survive or not. The northern side of the zone still looking very dangerous. We've got 4KT up there with Team Somalia, and Rain from Hell now trying to rotate down. They're going to get caught out in the blue zone, and it's going to be a very tough time for them. A fight now breaking up between Team Somalia and 4KT as they're fighting on who is going to be able to take safety inside the safe zone. Oh, Hanad losing HP with the shots and gets taken down by the blue, just finishing him off onto the ground. Now that res has to come through from Benji, and Team Somalia in a little bit of a tough position here. Taking a prolonged fight in the blue zone is never anything that you want. And we saw this happen yesterday. It can be very, very difficult.
Definitely, you pressured from ammunition as well as the damage that the blue zone is capable of doing over here, and being one man short, taking up fights as well in the blue zone is added pressure as well. So 4KT making the rotation and almost disengaging, obviously keeping sights here onto Team Somalia, which now means Kingerman and them now need to rotate out of the situation. They are ticking like a bomb, and that HP is just about to deplete, and we'll be seeing them in a tough position. 4KT still sitting around trying to get in a couple beams, just like they did earlier onto Halan over there, and we hopefully not a situation like that repeats itself for Team Somalia, and it doesn't look like it will be, as 4KT jump into the vehicles and they will be making the rotations out of this area, and we will be seeing that zone shrinking just as soon as that zone now goes even further down into the map, and all these teams are just stacking on top of each other. I mean, if you look at that area, so many UG3 unique, and it's just crazy contention happening over there.
Yeah, that eastern side of the zone looking absolutely nuts. They're just rolling on in to try and get safety inside of that safe zone. Sincerity rocking past as well. The Sidemen up in here. G3 putting some shots across into them, sitting across in that compound there. Things are not looking easy, but teams are being able to squeeze themselves inside to safety for the time being. The question is, how long is it going to last? Chris going to be riding himself over, unfortunately. Does happen from time to time. The shots coming through from BBC in towards Solo. Solo, a team that definitely underperforming in the second round here. After an incredible first round to finish, they just weren't able to bring the power back for round number 2. And we've been waiting for them to just bring it back ever since. So far, we are still waiting, but it's not over just yet. There's still a little bit of opportunity to make it happen. G3 now taking stock of their situation. They've got Unique and Sidemen to contend with right up ahead of them in the respective compounds ahead. And already things are not going to be super easy once the zone shifts up again. These teams, of course, not having taken any of those early fights that we were really looking for is going to mean that there's going to be a lot of fighting for space. There's going to be a lot of fighting when it comes to those rotations, a lot of gatekeeping going to happen, a lot of chaos that's on the horizon for these teams because, they weren't able to create any of the early space. They were opting rather for the safe play. There were a couple of really good attempts. I think 2 good attempts, one up in the north there with Team Somalia and then one, of course, in towards Milta Power. But ultimately, it didn't really come to anything. And that's going to mean that the space is going to start to run out very, very quickly, considering we have all of our teams still remaining.
Yeah, in just moments now, we're going to be seeing that RNG sort of favor some of these teams when that zone detects its new location. And that's really where we will start to see the action here, Patchy, because they're already so close to each other, but they still got cover. They're still very much happy with where they're situated, right? In the single minute, we'll know exactly what's going to be happening right over here, where these players will be moving, or if that zone hasn't already formed. And you can see Team Somalia getting sort of a revenge on a knock over there. And now you can see G3 and these couple of players starting to make those rotations. That, yes, the zone has been formed. And this is where vehicles sort of come a crucial play in Erangel and as well as Miramar, is when you get able to rotate freely and quickly, and you can see all these teams hog onto their cars and just travel as quick as possible. And this is what I'm starting to love quite in the Umzansi, is that these guys are really starting to pick up on that rotation parts and quickly adapting to what is around them. For players like ATROX and them who had opted in for that water rotation early on, now sort of in a slight disadvantage. Maybe they do have vehicles for 1 or 2 members, but if they do get all vehicles rotations for themselves, they will be in a perfect position as well over there. But now we're getting all these teams rotating in BBC, MGC, Fear, the Sidemen. They're all trying to find little safe haven of room for them to just to sort of set up a place of position. But you can see now G3 sort of finding themselves in a tough one, and Kato is trying to get involved over here, but Flacco is able to just ignore him out of that one and manage to get a knock, and will he be able to get his teammate up in here, Buden, who's in a tough position, being knocked over there. And now things are really starting to dizzy out over here, and as we actually onto Dizzy, he's trying to get in those couple shots as well. Kato just getting in behind that smoke grenade, and you can see now Buden has been revived, has been set back into the map, and G3 still have the potential to grab as much points. But here goes a Kobe throw. Do we connect anything? And moments later, we see nothing come through with that kill feed. But this is where things really start to get entertaining, Patchy.
Yeah, this is a really tough time here for G3. They're quite good with their rotations. They know exactly when to pick them out, but unfortunately, as I was mentioning earlier, there's no space that's been created by any one of these teams, which means G3 just ran face first into a wall when it came to the spacing here. They realized there's too many teams in the surrounding area. Now they're pinned down in a very difficult spot, trying to defend from all sides. They had to pop the smokes immediately, and you can see they're taking a very difficult fight. And it's only 4 zones in. We're not even down to our final few zones. We're not down to the final few teams. So this is really expending quite a few resources, quite a lot of utility and weapons just to be able to defend this very difficult position up against the side of the hill. With Infinity on the back end and all of the teams up ahead and in the surrounding area, there is no favorable position for them right now, which is definitely going to put a crux in G3's plans. But of course, for the rest of the teams, maybe that's exactly what they need to get a little bit of a leg up. Everyone's in a very difficult spot here. And this is, once again, it's all because there's no space that's been created. You know, when it comes to these maps, you know, you're given a limited amount of space. And if you're going to squeeze every single one of the teams into that space, you're going to run out of it really, really fast. It's survival of the fittest. It's survival of all the teams who are able to stay alive. So you've really got to make things happen. And right now, the teams are going to be feeling that space starting to run out. As you can see on that map there, things are about to run out very, very quickly. We're going to be reduced down to a very small zone momentarily, just barely waiting for that blue to close on in, and there it is. We've got about 400 meters of zone across in diameter here. We've got G3 who find themselves in the middle of it with Infinity. So that's actually a decent-ish position for now, and hopefully if they can defend that spot, they might be able to make it work. But unfortunately, it is a very difficult spot with minimal cover to use, so it is going to be a true test of skill for a lot of these teams to try and stay alive here in these hilly areas with very little cover to use.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see exactly how these guys are utilizing their covers. I mean, just how many people can be on a terrain over here with little cliffs and so forth that they can be able to hide on, because really, like, these guys are just sitting quite close to each other, but no action is being formed because of the little peak play meta that they can go in with. And that's why Slime somehow is still alive, that's why Solo's still alive. But you can see Aimer just getting in quite naughty and just trying to connect as much grenades as possible. He's connected someone to Ujiro and he's quite damaged over there, so the rotation for them is going to be slightly delayed because you don't want to rotate with such little HP at hand. And just look over here, just down the mountain, you got Sidemen over here just narrowly just hiding behind that cliff. And this is where the strategic gameplay of PUBG sort of comes into play. How you position yourself, where you rotate, and how you play, and how you're going to be taking those shots, because it's just so beautiful in what we are witnessing right here. 36 players in this 400-meter diameter. It's just really, really crazy to see right now. And so many players are feeling the heat. Ujiro picking up a kill over there, Bad Shot going down to Yaya, and this is really getting intense. Players are just knocking left, right, and center, and the action is present here for us.
Yeah, these teams really have not been given any crutches to lean on. They have to use what they've got, and really it's going to be a true test of how these teams can utilize the very few resources at their disposal, the little bits of cover here and there, the little bit of helix that we have, the rises and dips. That's all these teams have got, and you can see that for yourself. There is very little to use, and it is going to put these teams to their limit. It is going to come down to the wire for them. Those nades absolutely flying. You can see Rain from Hell going up against BBC there in the fields, and it is not an easy time whatsoever. Solo getting assaulted here from the bottom of the hill. Fear just creeping around and staying behind these vehicles for cover. All these teams just squeezing into safety. We've got 9 teams remaining here, but these teams are about to be eliminated one by one. Outcast getting up to try and shot all of those rotating players, but it is a absolute chaos fest up here towards the top. Zero Tolerance trying to take a fight against Solo. The blue zone washing over them, pushing them further and further forward is going to make things even more difficult. You can see those smokes are starting to run out as they have been popped time and time again. Everyone is just using them to try, as you know, create a little bit of a smoke screen, try and create some artificial cover for them to hide behind and recuperate a few of their teams and a few of those lost HPs, because this is just not going to be an easy finish whatsoever. Some nades coming through from BBC doing huge work, lots of damage, but they're still not out of the woodwork just yet. They've got G3 and Infinity up ahead of them, and Rain from Hell still a thorn in their side from the outside of that field. We've also got Fear just off there for the third party shots, and man, this is not going to be an easy time for any of these teams.
And indeed, that is so. But look at how G3 have somehow managed to still stay alive. And where's Infant? What happened to them? Somehow we're not seeing a present team coming out of them, as it may be that G3 could have taken them out. Fear going straight through the middle, through the battlefield that we have right over here. And this is what we call risky plays. BBC Fear is still alive in this one, and now starting to pay a disadvantage to Fear as they're just getting hit left, right, and center. And just look at that HP that they hog onto right over there. Grenades being thrown here by G3 and almost connecting, in fact. And now they do, and the grenades do connect onto the players, but so many of these guys are now being taken out. BBC Valak quite low on HP. G3 now getting behind. Oh, we do see Kaito just behind G3 over there, just hiding and throwing in those grenades behind that smoke screen that he is created for them. And this could be quite tough here for G3, as BBC is getting quite closer to them, and with Infant quite behind them means that they could be in a disadvantage where the sandwich would sort of form. And you do see Aimbot as well as Rogue Baby still alive here for Sin, managing to get those placement points, because now we are down to 5. This is where, you know, placement points really become crucial. Aimbot, unfortunately, not able to rotate, has zero tolerance, manages to pick up that confirmation onto him, and he's just hogging onto those placement points right here as a solo, right?
Yeah, that's what you got to do, and all the rest of the teams are fighting up ahead. G3 have been pinned in this position for quite some time, with Infinity on the back side and BBC on the other side. It is just not an easy sandwich to be in. And BBC, they're still going strong. They've got 3 players. HP is a little bit low on for luck, but ultimately still not a bad position to be in. And G3 still under fire. Dizzy going to put in a nice nade there. And, well, this might just be the end of G3, as Dizzy is looking for that confirmation. The final few kills, Buden trying to stay alive, sandwiched up against the car in this blue zone. Things are not easy. BBC now under fire with the blue zone moving in. Things are not going to be, just not going to go smoothly whatsoever. Nihal trying to make things happen there. The easy confirmation coming in from Kato is Infinity in a great position. They've got control and they have eliminated G3, and now it's down to them versus BBC. And BBC, they've just lost all their players. Nihal is the last one left, and he's hiding in a bush. He's waiting for his time to strike, and he's found it. He found the one, but instantly is called out and taken down. He tries to go for the sneaky play, but he is punished in the end. Secured the second place for BBC, but ultimately Infinity taking that chicken dinner. And look at those kills, Iro.
It doesn't stop, does it, for Infinite? I mean, they live in by the name. It's Infinite for real right over here. Managing to grab so many eliminations and, you know, the winner chicken dinner here for the afternoon. Just how much points is this team looking to grab for them? But well done here for BBC as well as G3. G3 with the position they put themselves in right now, really hog off the points that was, you know, needed to sort of separate him and their team from that middle page. So really well done over there. That was a massive game that we had on our hands.
I thought we had, like, you know, the insane kills coming through yesterday, but apparently Infinity AF were ready to prove me wrong, picking up, I think that was 16 kills. Thankfully, I'm not doing the math, but I'm pretty sure it was 16 kills and the winner chicken dinner. So, I mean, a 31-point game, just as casually the first game of the day. You know, if we're starting off, we might as well start off absolutely crazy. PUBG Mobile once again proving to be absolutely fire in these last few weekends as we are leading up to the finals cutoff date, as these teams are climbing the leaderboard to make sure that they're in that top 16, to make sure that they will hopefully be going through to get their share of that prize pool. But Patchy, that was an insane game.
It was a very difficult game. You know, I think it sort of hinged. There were 2 sort of turning points in the game. The first turning point was right in the beginning. We had that flight path in the zone, obviously the zone being very far this way. So it was already a bit of a slant for the players that had dropped further on. Players like, for instance, BBC that go all the way to Milta. Obviously, they knew they had to get the rotations on early. We saw that from a couple of teams that needed to do that. There were teams in the north that did the same thing. And so the first turning point came when those teams started to group up on the edges of zone as it started to move forward. And they had the opportunity to take those early fights, but they prioritized safety and rotations, and they didn't really want to commit to any of those early fights that were potentially could have happened. So because of that, there was no easy space created for any of the teams that were rotating in, which meant that the next couple of zone shifts became very difficult. The teams couldn't really take fights because it was too crowded. And, you know, when you take fights in those instances, obviously you attract other teams and the third parties become absolutely nuts. So that just creates a sort of stalemate. The teams stay alive for very long. And once you reach those final stages of the game, The second turning point was the fact that the zone just threw them for a huge loop, and the cover was absolutely non-existent in the final few zones there. And the teams really had to play around and get a little bit creative in terms of staying alive and sticking to cover. And that just threw everything into chaos. All the teams were fighting. There was just crossfires everywhere. The smokes were non-stop getting popped to try and keep the teams alive. It was just all out from then on. And for the last 3 or 4 zones, it was just crazy. The teams just had to keep themselves alive. A lot of stumbling from a lot of teams just because of the difficult situations they found themselves in. I mean, G3 themselves were pinned down for basically the entirety of that final game. It was just nuts. And I think a lot of teams struggled in that particular situation. But some other teams thrived, and Infinity was one of them. They had a really good positioning, and the zone didn't kick them out of their positioning. So they were able to maintain that, and they did a very good job of defending that because, a lot of times people will say, oh, well, they were favored by zone. But actually, a lot of it comes down to actually being able to defend the position when you are favored by zone, because I've seen it a lot of times where teams get a really good position, but they fail to defend it and they lose out on that good positioning. So credit to Infinity for being able to defend their position there and just keep themselves from getting kicked out. And they took a very convincing chicken dinner. And so it has to be Oizy coming out here with 5 kills with that MVP, 691 points of damage.
Absolutely. Again, just the Infinity A, if they keep giving a beautiful teamwork from the team there from Somalia, really putting in the work today. So making Somalia proud. I'm happy to see it. I'm happy to see it. But still 2 more maps left. Still 2 opportunities for many of these teams to potentially pick up some points. Aro, from your side, any teams that you're feeling are gonna, jump onto Sanhok and just absolutely demolish everyone?
I mean, for the likes of Slime, right, they didn't really have the perfect game for them. 1 point only on that leaderboard. So they're definitely going to be wanting to jump up and, show exactly what they're capable of doing. And then, again, just some consistency that we already are seeing from Infin as well as G3. They've done really well there in Erangel. It doesn't mean now that in Sanhok, a different total small size map strategy is very different as well. You're not really going to be playing that long haul shots. It all comes down to how quick you are when you take those battles, because it is Sanhok, close combat.
Exactly the case. We're going to go to a short break, but when we come back, of course, the PUBG Mobile action will be continuing as it always is here with Nodwin Gaming's Umzansi Esports League Season 4. It's always cracking. Stay with us.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Northern Gaming Africa. This is season 4, and it is shaping up to be an absolutely spicy season. So we are in the second last week of our semi-finals, and so far every single team has just possibly pulled out all the stops. They are absolutely just farming lobbies. We'll take a look at those standings just to remind you of what happened in our first map, Erangel. It was crazy. We had the Infinity AF pick up a 31-pointer game with 16 kills, and of course that winner chicken dinner taking home that 15 placement points. So absolutely just they decided to take the entire lobby for themselves, basically. I don't know, how was that first game?
No, that first game was one of the most unique games that I've got to, spectate here in the Umzansi. Usually we are seeing, a more dominant side coming out from kills, etc. And not just one team sort of doing that. It's double teams working to getting eliminations and so forth. But this time around, it was everyone prioritizing that rotation and positioning. I mean, as soon as zones were formed, it was a matter of seconds until they got into that next zone rotation with those vehicles at hand, right? So everyone was hogging onto those vehicles, making those rotations as quick as possible. And then this meant for teams like Slime, who went to the very end of this game, right? They only managed to pick up one placement point because of how stacked those squads were onto each other, and just so many smoke screens across there that meant very little cover for you to work with. We saw G3 making it all the way to the very end, even though it was very tough situation with them very early on in that zone where they were going head to head with Infin. And it was a fair balanced fight. I think eventually respect was there because, knock came through from both players. Kato, Flapco, etc. were dealing the damages between G3 and Infin. And eventually it was like, okay, well, let's relax a bit and let's focus on the other teams that are around over here. And we did see, G3 picking up 2 eliminations, but it was BBC picking up 8. And let's talk about Infant, because 16 eliminations, just double. Let's just go double. Why not?
Yeah, it's not good enough. We can't just win and pick up a few kills. No, we have to be double.
Yeah, definitely.
It's insane. Obviously, Patrick, we're going over to Sanhok, which, for anyone who's familiar with PUBG Mobile, is literally half the size of Erangel that we've just been working with. So strategy starts to change a little bit. The teams, they shift, they focus a little bit more. Can you name some of the distinctions between the strategies and the gameplay that you'll be seeing based on that first game compared to this one?
Yeah, well, I mean, with Erangel, we sort of have our middle ground between most of the maps. It's usually the time where teams can pull out a bunch of varying strategies. You can use whatever strategies you want, whether you're a team that prefers long range, whether a team that prefers short range, whether you're a more passive team, a more aggressive team. You can usually employ some kind of strategies that suit you on Erangel. When it comes to Sanhok, not really the same kind of a boat that you're playing with. It is going to be a lot of CQC kind of stuff. And what that means is you usually see a lot of fighting happening within the close quarters environments. There's a lot of buildings, ruins, temples, etc. A lot of things that you have to take into account with that. And even the long range engagements, which are possible on this map, you have to create those situations. So, you have to fight from a hill. You have to make sure that you get your long range shots in, and actually you run out of those very quickly. If you're not, watching the blue zone, you can get caught out a lot of the time because that blue starts to feel like it comes in very, very quickly on Sanhok because the map is so small and because you can get very preoccupied on this map as well. It can trip you up, and we've seen it a lot of the times with teams. They get caught out, the blue zone comes in, suddenly they're fighting in the blue zone, suddenly they can't make it out. There's a lot of chaos that happens, and so you can definitely get caught out on this map. And so you have to be very careful about making sure that you are conscious about where the blue zone is. You need to make sure that you know what's happening. You can get your rotations through very quickly. You need to stay active, make sure you know what's happening at all times. You cannot get caught out, because as soon as you do, it will become very difficult to stay alive, very difficult to contend with the things that are going on. And if anything, if we can glean anything from the game that we just watched in game number 1, these teams don't really seem to be getting the whole create space early thing. So I'm feeling like we're going to see a lot of chaos on this map, because if the teams continue to play this slow, more passive, stay alive kind of approach, which is good in its own right. But if everyone's doing it, it can be a very problematic mid to late game stage. So these teams need to be very capable, and they have to be on the swivel when it comes to taking the fights, because that's what's going to happen. It's going to be a lot of fights, most likely, and they're going to have to make sure that they can stay alive and utilize the cover very well. Thankfully, unlike the first game, there is going to be cover, hopefully, to utilize on this map, so the teams will at least have that going for them.
Absolutely, and as the plane is locked and loaded, we're going to see these players jumping out of their seats, so please make sure you stay in your seats as we watch the action unfold right in front of us. Of course, I'm going to give this over to Patchy and Iro to take you through the action. Guys, do what you do.
All right. We are down into Sanhok. We've got our flight path moving us in. The team's getting down to business nice and quickly. The real question is, what are we going to see on this map? Are we going to see some early proactive matches here, or are we going to see the passive stay alive approach coming through for the teams? Both of these approaches are really quite viable. You can do very well with either of them, but as I said, if everyone's doing it, then it becomes a bit of a problem in the late game. And so I'm hoping that some of these situations will be utilized. You can see Zero Tolerance has dropped right on top of, I believe, is that Team Somalia? I think it might be right there in the center of that zone. So I'm hoping that we can see some fights happening there. And then, of course, there's plenty of potential up towards the north. 4KT taking control of Boot Camp, maybe could become a contested position. So maybe we'll see some fights on that side. But otherwise, what do you think we're going to be seeing here, Ira?
Honestly, Sanhok somehow induces the fight, right? So we're going to be seeing some of these guys probably taking the early fights, and it's going to be a risky one as well, because if everyone's playing that passive gameplay type thing, then people are going to be lurking around trying to get third parties and not really involving themselves in an open field battle. So it's going to be an interesting aspect in terms of how things break down towards this mid-game, etc. sort of level, where off-spawn, like the instance what we have right here with Team Somalia and Zero Tolerance, is that it comes down to RNG and what your loadouts and utilities are. And hopefully, both teams walk out happy off-spawn. But it does look like, in terms of numbers, in the way that Team Somalia has gone through with a split on the POI, it does look like it could potentially just go in favor for Zero Tolerance over here. But, Team Somalia have played it in a way today that is special, because we didn't really get to see them play like that in the previous weeks, where they managed to, as a trio, especially one man down, get to the position that they did in game number 1.
Yeah, now we have to wait and see if Team Somalia is going to be able to deal with the situation. You can see Hanad is across the river on the other side, so he's not really in an immediate position to assist if Zero Tolerance do decide to push forward. Benji and Kingerman are going to find themselves in a tough spot. Some nice nades going across, though. Team Somalia very on point, making sure that those nades are going through, trying to do the damage and keep them at bay. So for the time being, Team Somalia is keeping Zero Tolerance at bay, but it's just a matter of time before they have to make a decision in terms of pushing forward or rotating away, because this proximity is definitely building that pressure, and it has to be released somehow, whether it be in a fight or in rotating out of this situation. It has to culminate somehow. So we'll see if Zero Tolerance decide to take the fight. Personally, I hope they do. I do see this as a situation that you can come out on top of. As you mentioned, with the split coming through from Team Somalia, with Benji and Kingerman being isolated from the last teammate on the other side of the river, Zero Tolerance does have a little bit of a window of opportunity to potentially take a fight and succeed, but that window is closing, so they either have to go for it relatively soon, or maybe start planning their rotation away.
Yeah, I mean, there's just moments you can have in an off-spawn situation, especially when your POI is being split by 2 teams or more, is because you don't really have that loadout, the ammunition, the utilities going into mid-game, end game. So if Zero Tolerance is playing this passive game over here, they're putting themselves at a huge advantage where they could get these eliminations. And you're now seeing this action sort of break and unfold for us. No surreal damage has been present just yet between these two teams. I say that now, and Mortal has sort of taken up the damage, but Skydo just trying to see if he can get a peek. And Hanan actually kind of playing this to his advantage because he can get in some couple good peaks and areas of scope on to the players, and you can see the damage a little bit here, not too heavily present. Benji and Kingerman separate, and this could be a tough position right here because Kingerman is quite low on HP, and you can see now finally Vortex picks up that knock, and now things are starting to turn in favor for Zero Tolerance. Mortal just a bit damaged over there, but still capable of pushing quite heavily, and you can see this duo work hand in hand together to move over now to Benji, and Benji can't put himself in a fighting position, but with a shotgun, I don't see how exactly he could potentially walk out of this one successfully. He is keeping the peaks open, he's keeping the area of sight aligned over here, but Mortal managing to work his way into the building and surprise him on the stairs and take him out. It's now down to Hanan, and that's not really looking good for him as he decides at this very stage to disengage from battle. And really, this should have probably been the decision from the very beginning, because now it puts him at a huge, massive, crucial situation where he's now as a solo, and things are not really going to be looking too well for him as he rotates in this mini map that we have, so-called Sanhok.
Yeah, if Zero Tolerance had lost any of those fights, I would have had a lot of questions because that was basically handed to them with relative ease. I mean, Team Somalia, they were split up. Hanad was in a position to provide a little bit of fire in terms of cover, but it wasn't much. I mean, it was very limited, and I agree with you on that assessment. Definitely should have been a choice to maybe back off a little bit because, I mean, it's clear that Zero Tolerance were up ahead. When you have a three-man squad and you're sort of split up, you're not at your full capacity in terms of power to defend. And so maybe just playing a little bit more safe and pulling back should have been the call. But ultimately, I mean, if you feel like you can take the defense, then take it, do your best. Didn't work out for Team Somalia. However, Hanad now left alone. And that is going to, as you said, be that lone wolf play from him to see how long he can survive. In the meantime, the Magicians have moved in. They've got control of this compound here just across the river from Zero Tolerance. And they might have something to say. If Zero Tolerance do decide to get any closer, for the time being, though, they're just occupying the compound here and waiting to see if anyone can be spotted out in terms of rotation. So the blue zone started to move in. Of course, it is nice and slow here in the beginning, but it will start to speed up bit by bit as we move forward in this game. You can see a lot of teams are starting to move inward in that safe area, which is great. That means they are at least prioritizing their positioning. But will they be able to utilize it? That's the question. In this map, it is very, very important to make sure your positioning is on point, and being able to utilize that is a lot of the game. G3 right here with what looks like Rain from Hell just above them. We've got 4KT that have moved down south from the boot camp. And then, of course, Team Somalia Hanad, they're just hiding up towards Painan there above Zero Tolerance skills. The only teams that haven't really rotated in are Infinity and ATROX, who are making their way in slowly.
And you know, for ATROX, they've sort of gone in with the slow rotations game 1 and 2. You can see them still hogging outside of the map, and potentially will be the strategy going forward. But we'll talk more about that just after this, where we can see Flaco, honestly, G3, three-man in this one, but it means nothing for them. They don't really care what's happening because they're dealing the damage, getting the confirmations as quick as possible as well, trying to get beams in, and it does look like it's happening over here as Jin is just about to get eliminated over there, but a little bit safe haven of a tree gets him covered over there. But Skull and Jin really should have played this so much more better. Rain from how in a position of number, just going aggressively into G3's compound just means that you are going to be in line of sight, and the damage is going to be clear coming out from such a predominant team such as G3. You would expect yourself to be damaged over here.
Yeah, now we wait and see if they will be able to get themselves out of what is a bit of a sticky situation. G3 have the cover advantage, and Rain from Hell certainly needed to switch things up a little bit. They've got some trees, they've got some rocks, but definitely not going to be enough to successfully defeat G3 from this position. They know they are pinned down. Question is, does G3 decide to get a little bit aggressive here and try their luck, or are they just going to chill in the cover? I think chilling in the cover is probably the best decision for now. You just have to bide their time and wait to see if Rain from Hell is going to peek out. Whoever pushes first is probably going to be at a bit of a disadvantage, but with that knock, and with the fact that Skulls and Jin weren't able to go across the way to get that res in, it is going to mean that G3 still have a chokehold on Rain from Hell. And Rain from Hell, the pressure is there. They know they can't peek out from around these trees, so they literally just have to wait to see if G3 expose themselves and maybe, hopefully, try and fight back a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in this position over here from Rain from Hell, like, they can't really run backwards because Flacco's aim, we just saw him absolutely disintegrate the two players that he had in his line of sight. So if Jin or Skull sort of try to disengage, they're going to be put into a tough position. I mean, look at Buden. He has the sight on that tree. Any sudden movement from them, and it is honestly going to be dust for them. So right now here, these two players are just going to be waiting, the dogs waiting for any movements from anyone. And really, Flacco could potentially go into a area where he can maybe shoot from the side, and it does look like he does connect a couple shots, and he takes down the shots indeed, and he is being absolutely beamed there by Buden. Buden also gets that confirmation, and Jin on Gunner, so Gunner managing to get that team wipe. G3 played this so well. I have to admit, they patient in the gameplay. Flacco's ability to sort of get a peek on the player means that they were able to get that full squad elimination, and there's lag sort of coming in, hearing those shots, and maybe we'll be seeing another fight coming in from G3, but maybe too later, just not right here.
Yeah, right now things are looking to start heating up in this zone right now. We've got BBC getting pulled up on by Solo. ATROX heading in that direction as well. We've got lag moving down from the north into this little grouping up here and towards the north of the zone, where we've got Slime4KT, Zero Tolerance, Team Somalia, and G3 all stacked up. And then, of course, we have some teams approaching from the west, where we've got the Magicians down south, and Fear also looking to receive on the side of the western side of the zone. We've also got Sincerity in that particular location. So there's a lot of fights that could potentially be breaking out very, very soon. And here are some of those hills that the teams will be fighting over. We've got BBC on the one side, Solar Esports on the other. Kratos getting up close and personal, potentially putting the pressure on. He's crawling all the way up to try and catch Solo out, but at least Ndias and Yujiro have the mind to try and just reset a little bit. They realize that there could be a bit of extra pressure, so they move down the side of that mountain and just retreat a little bit back to some more safety. But how long are these safe zones going to last? How long is the lull in the fighting going to last is the question, because right now, I mean, these teams are getting really, really close. I'm expecting some shots to be exchanged very, very soon.
Man, and in these positions where, you know, safety is what is being displayed over here, it really doesn't work out, Patchy. I mean, Sanhok is so tiny, the buildings are, you know, evaporating, and the only cover that you do find yourself in is behind trees, and for the most time being, it doesn't look like the trees are doing any decent work for them. Fear Chris has been knocked, Fear King is out of the picture already, and now Fear is just really in a tough position, and they won't be instilling that fear here in the games. I'm sorry, just two players of the team just not going to really work out. Rogue Baby, Willie, as well as Ease and Aimbot, they have the advantage in the area. They're also in an incline on that terrain over there, so really they should be full sending it onto maybe outcast area and getting in the beam over there. But really, this game comes down to who has the best gun skill, and going up against any Umzansi team, you're really going to encounter that quite drastically. So here for the teams, it is again coming down to that patience game, which we did see earlier on from Rain, and as well as G3 is whoever had the most patience sort of won that one out. But patience also then leads down to invitations to eliminations, and outcast is taking a little little bit of damage out from that grenade, but he's okay. He does have the utilities to sort of heal up, and he's going to be running downwards, even further down the terrain over here to maybe get some cover. And we can see just outside in the areas is also going to be MGC, which could potentially be invited to take part in the action over here.
Yeah, Fear definitely were not in a position to try and take that fight with Sincerity at the top of this hill, so they pull back a little bit. Outcast getting himself out of that situation and just recuperating on the other side. We've got the Magicians off in the distance, and it looks like they're taking a fight against Infinity, so a little bit of a tough situation for them, but here's Sincerity still on the top of this mountain, just defending it from any potential movements. You get G3 in the kill feed there. BBC taking a little bit of liberties with them, taking a few shots in their direction and actually eliminating some of their players. G3 have their work cut out for them here as they move down. A lot of players moving into the center of the zone, and G3, they're looking for a little bit of cover, but BBC, they've got that vantage point all the way on top of those mountains there, and they have just been finding some really nice angles, having eliminated some of G3's players. G3 is going to have to be super careful here. The Magicians now taking a fight against Unique and Infinity, and they are coming out on top. Look at those kills coming in for the Magicians, the knocks coming through for them. So there are some tough situations developing all across this map. Paradox put in the work in. The Magicians just going for it, trying to get as many points as they can and just boost themselves a little bit up the leaderboard. Certainly doing a pretty good job if they're looking for kills. And right now, that is exactly what they need to find. You have these clusters, as you can see on the map there, down and towards the southwest over for Camp Charlie, looking absolutely jam-packed. A lot of teams now moving in towards the center of the zone as well. I'll be very interested to see where the next zone does drop as well.
Yeah, no, and just imagine if it does get sort of onto the area of water and land, and now the area of space just won't be available for the teams that do remain. And like you mentioned, for MGC, right, they're on that middle page, and everyone is sort of scrammed up with almost the same amount of points. So those kill confirmations that hopefully come in favor for MGC, you do see them on one kill for now, and maybe they pick up more towards that end game when their zone rotations start to form and the players now need to make the next move. So MGC definitely needing to pick up some eliminations, as well as, you know, everyone else like ATROX, G3 Temper, etc., who have did already quite well in their first game, managing to get a slight more advantage in terms of points, because you said 109 was not good enough, and now we sit on the Magicians, who is currently on 109 points, and as well as Unique. So Paradox is taking in a couple damage over here. He doesn't want to put himself too much in the open on that window peak onto Kato over there, because I mean, you're going up against a kill leader on the Umzansi Season 4. You are going to be dealt the damage, and you potentially might just lose that one.
Yeah, definitely going to be a tough time to take a fight against the teams that are really top in the charts at the moment. Infinity, of course, sitting very high up there, all the way in the top of those leaderboards. Definitely not a team to trifle with, and they have proven that again and again. Right now, of course, the Magicians up here, right up ahead of Sincerity. We've got Outcast still alive here for Fear. He's taken up residence in the building just across the way from Rogue, and Aimbot slowly moving in. See if they can get a bit of an angle on him and pick up a free kill. The Magician's looking for the same. Legacy obviously looking for that. Outcast just crouching in the corner. That he knows he is under pressure. He just wants to stay alive for as long as he can. ATROX taking a fight against Solo there. Samurai getting taken down. Got 12 teams still on the board. 37 players left alive. But these teams are certainly starting to run out of space, and they're getting closer and closer. Rogue getting a nice pick right across in towards Infinity. Lord getting taken down there. Is he going to have to move on up and try and get those reses in? The long-range engagements from Kato coming straight back for the suppressing fire to get Rogue back in behind cover. In the meantime, the fight's breaking out between Lag and Solo Esports. Going to go the way of Lag. Solo just suffering loss after loss here. Not being able to find the leg up that they have been needing in this round. Kato going to get taken up by Fear. So Outcast still in this one, still putting some shots across and trying to get the points for his team. An amicable effort coming out from him.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, almost an opportunity to sort of hurt Infin over there, but they ran so quickly into the area, and Kato just covering up the damage there to now sort of make a distraction over there. So well done to Infin, the quick response to get their players back in this one so that they can continue this absolute dominance that they've already set here in the evening on game number 1. But now we're looking at zero tolerance. They losing a member on that rotation that they have over there. ATROX sort of working in their favor with those placements that we are seeing right now. That sort of rotation, late rotation into the zones, working in their favor. But again, everyone's earning the same amount of points, and if you're not getting that lead, that in terms of those eliminations, it's not really the play you want to be looking at right here. Lag finding himself in between the blue zone, and we can see South1, who's already been taken down already. He's going to find himself in a tough position, but Lag still have the potential with Fantasy, 1-9, and Berserk, who are making the rotations into the next zone. And then you still have BBC and a full squad, mind you, who could potentially be taking up some action against Aatrox, who do look to be quite damaged over here. Just look at Lag being howled here by BBC Kratos, and the team is absolutely railed out of this one as the shots come through from Buden and G3, and now you can see BBC turn their focus from one team to the other, and now it's a battle between G3 and BBC. And with G3 only having those 2 members, or maybe even just one, no, Flacco and Buden still in this one, fighting it out, getting in those placement points, and BBC now turn their heads over to Aatrox, and just how much multitasking can a team do right here? It is absolutely phenomenal what performance we're seeing out from BBC here in Sanhok.
Yeah, and it is absolutely showing as well. BBC have been rising up those leaderboards. The fact that they're finding themselves on the first page is one thing, but the fact that they're keeping themselves there with performance after performance. I mean, yesterday they did really, really well. They got a chicken dinner. They were performing in the top teams. And in game number 1 here today, they even performed, I think, top 3 at least. So they are really just consistent with their performances at the moment, keeping themselves up there on that leaderboard. And now they've turned their attention towards G3 as well. First it was one team, then it was the next, and now it's a third team that they're defending from the top of this hill, and it is none other than G3, who is having a tough time trying to push forward. They are being pinned down behind this rock by BBC. These 2 players trying to find a way forward, tossing the smokes, ready to try and push forward, but BBC, they're watching. They've got their hawk eyes set on to these players here. They know they're probably going to try and make a dash for it. Here comes Flako trying to get his way on up. Surely they've heard this approach. They know what is coming. BBC should be able to respond. For Luck and Kratos are right here. Buden pushing up for G3. They're trying to get an angle in, but is it going to be enough? For Luck moving out. He gets taken down, but the shots coming in from BBC are not going to be enough. G3 just wily with their ways. The bullets are flying, but they do get shot down finally by Nahal, but not after taking down 2 of BBC's players, forcing those reses to come through very, very quickly. And BBC find themselves on a little bit of a back foot. They have to try and gather their resources very quickly because there's a lot of teams looking to take this position away from them. 6 teams remaining now, 11 players left alive. BBC scrambling to get their health back up, ready to take the next fight, which are inevitably coming because they have to rotate down into the zone, and that cover is looking pretty scarce. Lord still with his weather eye out on the goings on for the rest of the map, spotting out who is going to be the next competitor, because right now it's going to be a difficult time. Infinity, however, might just be the next team that BBC turns their attention towards. They are sitting at the top of the leaderboard at the moment, so they are certainly a team that is going to be difficult to take down. But if BBC have proven anything right now, it's that they can take anyone down.
I mean, 10 eliminations, and there's still 11 players that are present here on the map. Vortex and Legacy quite close to each other. Vortex gonna make a run over here in open field right behind Legacy, and Legacy could potentially be in a position where he would get eliminated, and it does happen as Vortex with 0 tolerance is somehow still alive, grabbing himself some elimination points. He's down to 2 points over there, 5 team kills overall. BBC shooting through the smoke, trying to gather in some shots on onto zero tolerance, and it's now coming into a potential 4v3 onto Infin. As we can see this potential play coming in here, who will be walking out victorious? The consistency that has been displayed from Infin has been amazing, but it's ATROX Dead who's making a little bit of a noise, a little bit of a disruption in the fight, and now they turn the attention over there and get those eliminations. So unfortunately, ATROX Dead is going to be the one to really upset Infin, as BBC is still alive in this one, really running all over the players, and it's just Masoom who's going to be happy about what he's managed to do over here. He has a grenade at hand, but the players are quite widespread, so that damage just won't mean anything. Yaza just unfortunately unable to look exactly where that is, and he couldn't get the confirmation and kill point for the team, but still a really good congratulations to Unique to grab second place in 2 eliminations. But it's BBC with the winner chicken dinner and a huge amount of points as well on the kills there. 13 eliminations, and then you just have to love the consistency that we are seeing out from Infin, which the 3rd place and 5 eliminations. Patchy, that was a wonderful game on our hands.
Yeah, it was. No surprise to see Infinity take in the top 3 slots there, getting up into the final zone. Definitely is expected of their performance at the moment. As you mentioned, they are being quite consistent, but you also have to hand it to BBC. If anything, they have also been consistent over the last few days at least. And in this game, they are proving that once again, just coming in with another chicken dinner. They had one yesterday. They've pulled in another one today. And suddenly, this isn't just a team that we're shaking hands with and going, wow, you made it onto the first page. We always knew you could do it. You're such a great team. Now we're looking at a team that's slowly climbing the ranks into top 5. I think they're probably sitting all the way in that position at the moment. So, I mean, they are a team to contend with right now. And if anything, they're proving that they could be a team in contention for the number 1 slot in our finals for the season.
Yeah.
That would be quite the story, to come back after all this time and suddenly make an appearance like that. I mean, if they were holding out on us until now, well, I guess something is working. Somehow, somewhere, it seems to be working. Absolutely such a lovely game. I thoroughly enjoy Sanhok. I think Sanhok games are just always so packed with action, always so, on the edge of your seat action. So I'm happy that it turned out quite similar. Ira, from your side, what was your highlight from that map?
Honestly, it's just the way BBC was able to multitask, right? We saw them at one point onto G3 and then back to ATROX and then onto the players in front. They were focusing 3 teams at once and not sort of the 2-3 different players that they had alive. The 4 players had the attention set everywhere. And that's how they were able to walk out with so many eliminations, is because they were upsetting so many of these teams that were alive in those rotations. And it just wasn't easy for these players, especially G3. G3 almost came through with an absolutely 2v3 situation, because we did have one of the solo players out from BBC just keeping the scouts, keeping the damage alive across there. But unfortunately, Flacco and Buden just couldn't pull through with the last amount of damage that was needed onto the 3rd player to turn things around for G3. But really successfully, well done to G3 either way. But yeah, BBC with the win, and just the way they were able to multitask was the highlights and the VIP moments that I had here in the Sanhok.
Absolutely, and of course, BBC coming through with a W always means that Patchy is a very happy man. Patchy is a very happy man right now, because as like a day 1 fan, Patchy, how much does it mean to you to see actually BBC, climbing those ranks and getting into such a phenomenal position?
It's fantastic, man. It's really great to see. I love it. It's like, how you root for the underdogs, you're kind of like, yeah, this team has the potential. Nobody believes you. And then suddenly you're finding this team just consistently pulling through with the chickens, pulling through with the top 3 finishes, getting themselves into the top of the leaderboard, in one of the most competitive seasons that we've had of Umzansi so far. That's really great to see. I mean, it's like super, super cool. You're like a proud dad sitting there watching them like, yeah, let's go.
I knew it.
I knew you could do
it. And it also just means that you're right?
Yes. That's most of it,
That's all of it.
Yeah.
Of course, the MVP going to Nihal from BBC with 5 kills, 475 damage, and a total survival time of 22 minutes and 54 seconds, staying alive right up until the end, as close as possible. So, Fantastic. That is the second map of the day, done and dusted. We are getting so close to those finals. We're getting so close to that point where we have to say goodbye to the remainder of those 17 position to 24 position teams. So all the stops, they have to pull it all out. They have to show us everything that they've been preparing for season 4 in this weekend, in the next weekend, to make sure that they get themselves a spot. How is the third map gonna go? I don't know. You'll have to wait until we come back from the short break. And when we do, you know the action is going to be just as spicy as it was on Sanhok. So stay with us. We'll be right back to the Umzansi Esports League Season 4, brought to you by Northern Gaming Africa. Welcome back, everyone, to the Umzansi Esports League. This is Season 4, brought to you by Northern Gaming Africa. Second map of the day, done and dusted. Sanhok was an interesting one. A very happy one for Patchy, don't get me wrong, because he had his favorite team, you know, rising to the top of the ranks, getting the winner chicken dinner, of course, picking up some massive kills. So let's take a look at those standings and just remind you of what happened. Patchy, you know, since it's your team, take us through.
Thanks very much, yeah. We'll get into that. A nice 28 points getting dropped out there by none other than BBC. Really just throttling that, getting that chicken dinner, you know, making sure that it's happening. Infinity AF also, unsurprising that we find them in position number 2. Team Unique getting that 3rd place for themselves. And, you know, this is kind of a little bit of a theme that we've been seeing, really. These teams have just been kind of performing again and again and again. I'm not really too sure what to make of it. You know, some of these teams have been dropping down a little bit, but G3, they've managed to pick it back up. I think it's safe to say that G3 is currently safe, so anyone who was worrying about that yesterday, at least you can be rest assured that they are safe for the time being. They're all okay. But some of these other teams, not so much. I mean, you can see Solar Esports not really picking up the kills that they're looking for, and it's really just a tough spot that they find themselves in that relegation zone, and I think, you know, it's going to be tough for them to get out there if that's their goal at this point in time. Meanwhile, teams like the Sidemen, they're teetering on the edge of a very difficult place. They are right on the edge of relegation, and if they can make it up just a few more points, they might be able to get out. And, you know, getting 0 points is definitely not the way to do that. So it's a little bit of a struggle for them. They're going to be kind of gritting their teeth, really, is what's going to have to happen. They're just going to have to get in there and try and get points, because right now, the goal is just get out of relegation. Just get out of there. You do not want to be there. You want to separate yourself as far as possible, because if you have to say goodbye, it's really going to be a tough pill to swallow. You're going to be kind of kicking yourself, you know, going back over the times when you could have maybe put some more points on and gone, ow, did I not put those points on the board? So this is really the time. This is the time to make it happen. We've got one map left today, and it is, of course, going to be Miramar. So there's potential.
Always potential. Miramar, though, is an absolute gigantic leap from Sanhok in terms of the space that you have available. In terms of the use of snipers as well, we generally do see this being picked up. So for any one of you that are not familiar with Miramar, that's generally how we see that shift in strategy starts, you know, to happen here with the players and the teams. Also, a heavy focus placed on rotations. Early rotations with vehicles, getting yourself in the zone, because it may not look it, but you've got a far way to run. You've got a far way to travel. So making sure that you are ready in the zone, prepped and ready for everyone to, you know, come through and just gatekeep everyone out of that zone, get some kills popped off for those snipers. Absolutely a crucial strategy when you see it happening. Iro, from your side, what's your thoughts on Miramar?
Miramar has to be one of the slowest games or maps that we get to see. Sometimes there is a huge pop-off and double eliminations that we do get out of the teams, but other than that, it's, you know, slow passive rotations into the zones, a lot of people using their vehicles, etc., and the long distance shots that really pay off, like you mentioned, those snipers, etc. So yeah, a lot of these players will be utilizing all of that into a single final game here in the evening. And for Sidemen, all it needs is a winner chicken dinner, and they back into it, right? But I mean, it's not as easy as I'm just saying it right now.
Yeah, look, when we talk about numbers and stats, they just need this many points. They just need, you know, a good game. But it's never that easy, especially in this season, the most competitive season that we've had in the history of the Umzansi Esports League. So I'm going to hand it over to our wonderful casters. It's Iro, it's Patchy, to take you through the action on the last map of the day. So strap in, let's get ready for the action. Guys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Proxy, ladies and gentlemen, everyone else. We have finally made it to the last match, the last map of today's games, closing out this week for none other than Miramar with our long-range map, with our slow rotations map. Hopefully, we're going to see some nice early engagements. A lot of the time, we do see the teams pick up a little bit of the initiative because this map is so big and because things do take a little bit longer. We do see some fights happening early. We have seen a lot of hot drops on this map this season. Hopefully we see a little bit of that. Otherwise, it is exactly going to be what you pointed out, Ira. It's going to be a little bit of a slow game, at least to start with. Hopefully these teams are going to be able to get into the action, because there is a lot riding on this game for a lot of these teams.
Where is Patchy points on this map?
Oh, it's always going to be that South Island. 100%. No one ever goes there.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's see what happens.
Well, I mean, BBC look like they're going there, so I mean, they're just raking in the patchy points. They are raking in the patchy points right now. BBC getting themselves down there all the way into a free island, basically, for themselves. They don't really have to do anything in terms of fighting anyone else because, as I mentioned, no one goes down to the South Island, so it's free reign for BBC for the time being. That zone is going to drop slightly towards the west mid side of the map. The rest of the team's going to hit the dirt, get themselves looted up and ready to go. Sincerity dropping all the way down into Puerto Preso, which is quite nice for them. They're going to be all alone in that location. So a lot of the teams getting themselves into some empty areas and just picking up a bit of space for themselves, which is going to be good for them. At least that's going to be some looting and some free time to get that equipment. But the question is, are we going to see any early fighting happen? Because if not, we're going to be ending up with the same thing that we've had for the last two games. A little bit of a reflection of game number one, even, where the teams do get themselves into that final few zones with basically all of the teams remaining, which means that there is a ton of contesting going to come through, a ton of crowding and squeezing into those zones, running out of the space is definitely what is going to be happening there. So hopefully we see a few battles coming through. I do see a little bit of potential, although Miramar map is a little bit misleading. There's a lot more space than you think there is. So even though it looks like G3 and Unique and 4KT are on top of one another, they're actually not. There is a decent amount of space between them, but at least there is some potential for the fights to come through there. If we turn our attention down back towards the south, you see BBC are just making their way around. On the south, we've got the Magicians just above them, solo, getting quickly up into the mid section of that area. So a lot of the eastern, or western, should I say, sorry, side of that zone is completely unoccupied and is free to take. So maybe the teams will decide to move up into those areas. Monte Nuevo is completely open. El Pozo is completely open as well.
Yeah.
As free times abound for these teams.
That's loose path that you could easily go into, right? But when Miramar is such a huge map and everyone basically has their dedicated POIs, etc., into the gameplays and so forth, so they're happy with what they're able to loot off the buildings that they find themselves in. So very much it doesn't really matter going into El Paso, Monte Nivo for really looting purposes, but for a positioning, really that's where you essentially want to find yourself in, because if you look at the east side, everyone's sort of hogging over there, hogging onto those areas, and knowing Miramar, knowing Erangel, the safe rotations, getting your vehicles and then sitting in the buildings, essentially what we get to see until the next restricted area is sort of going to be formed, and then the decision to then make the rotation thereafter is being seen quite time in and time out here in Miramar. So for now, Patchy, really, we could just talk and maybe we talk about who do you think is going to be winning this game number 3?
That is a difficult question to answer because, I mean, we've really been seeing the likes of Infinity and the likes of BBC stepping it up in recent times, and we were talking about their consistency quite a bit. And I mean, if they continue with that, they could very easily make it into the top 3, so they could be contenders for the chicken dinner here in map number 3. But when it comes to Miramar, we know that there are a lot of capable teams. And when it comes to that, you know the G3 has to come into the conversation because they have proven themselves quite a number of times here on this map. So they could even make a top 3 finish and then therefore be in question for that chicken dinner. So there's a couple of teams that can make it happen. Another one is, of course, Slime 4KT, who have been quite impressive over the span of not only this season, but even the season before. And they're sitting towards the top of the leaderboard at the moment, and they definitely have the potential to make it happen. It's not like they need to, but there's certainly potential there. So I think in terms of narrowing down the candidates for taking the win here on this map, kind of difficult because a lot of these teams could make it happen.
Yeah, definitely can make it happen. We've seen Sin make a long rotation as well as ATROX, something that we very similar with in the evening. You know, ATROX really playing it quite slow, zero tolerance as well, very edge and in the blue zone already. for them. Fear also just getting in and may potentially get into the wrong form of rotation, because look who they're rotating into, Slime. But for Slime today, they haven't really shown up to the party. They haven't really done anything as we expect them to. I mean, as kill leaders, they've just been quite quiet on the games that we have here in the evening. So hopefully Miramar is sort of a redemption for them just for today, just so that they can set their mark yet again on the Umzansi Season 4. But he got Sidemen as well, you know, who was potentially going to be going into the games tonight with positivity on their side, looking to pick up some points. But first game, it was a 1 point, if I'm not mistaken. Second game with 0 points. And then now we have this game here, Patchy, where they have the opportunity to do well. But what is doing well right now is it's really just putting yourself into a risky area still, because with the leaderboard being so close in that second page, the likes of Seven Deadly Sins, who managed to play maybe in the next set of games, means that they get to also push up on that leaderboard as well.
Yeah, absolutely right on that front. We'll have to wait and see if these teams can get themselves into those situations and hopefully pick up some points for themselves. It's going to be absolutely critical for some of these teams like, for instance, the Sidemen, who are trying to get out of relegation. Every single point is going to be super important for them. On your screen right now, we have ATROX up on the top of the mountain, Infinity just scouring the town over here, getting the loot and making sure they stay on their feet, stay moving, which you've got to do on this map. You've got to keep moving, got to keep going. If you get caught out on some angles, you can actually get pinned down on this map, even though it's a long-range map. So those long-range angles we have seen time and again. These teams, there are so many players that are just super capable on those, Mini 14s, on the sniper rifles. They hold down those long range angles like nobody's business, and you can really get pinned down by them if you're not careful. So yeah, get those rotations in. We were talking about that a little bit earlier, how important those rotations are in this map. It's important to make sure that you get your positioning correct. Right now, we haven't had any huge fights take place. With 14 teams strong. We got 55 players still vibing in this map. So the question is, where are those fights going to break out? We didn't get any of the early ones. We didn't get any hot drops, and the early fights really haven't started to break out just yet. And as we move into zone number 2, we have to start talking about the rotations and the gatekeeping, and it looks like that is not going to be much of a problem. The zone shift is nice and easy for the first one here. The teams are going to be quite happy with that. It's not going to move in at all too much. So Zero Tolerance, Slime 4, KT, Lag, and the Magicians as well, Sincerity, are going to have to make their way up. But ultimately, most of the teams are going to find themselves already inside safety. So they're just going to sit happily. Not too much to do. They don't have to move anywhere, do anything. They can just chill for the time being and wait for that blue zone to push on up. So that means that we're not going to see any huge fights most likely breaking out anytime soon. So it's really just going to be this long game that we've been seeing all day today.
Yeah, definitely. And when it comes down to those mid games and end games situations, the stages there just becomes so intense, so cramped up. The moving ability that you have on your team is just going to be restricted, because if you look left, there's going to be a play. If you look right, there's going to be another opposition of teammates and players that you're just not really looking to get in combat with. So really, these players playing so passive are putting themselves in a pinched position where they play so long, right? Like a game is about 22, 23 minutes, and these guys are going to the very end with what, 18 minutes played, 19 minutes played, and there's still 12, 11 squads, maybe even less on the leaderboard. But those placement points are very tiny, that when you're in such a risky competitive season like we are seeing here in the semifinals, it really isn't going to do justice for you. And I'm not sure if the players are starting to understand exactly what is needed from them if they want to see themselves in the top 16 going through to that next phase. And it's just quite surprising from me to see that performance really slacking the aspect of getting eliminations, etc. Yes, it's working for some teams like BBC, like Infant, but those teams don't really need such consistencies late into the weeks over here, because they already sort of almost secured, guaranteed their next position, the next slot in. It comes down to really that middle page, and teams like Sidemen, etc., that now need to start picking up the pace. But again, I'm talking about unrealistic things here, because if you look at it, every Mzansi team that is in the semifinals earned their spot here. They earned it through consistency in placements and eliminations and combats and so forth. So now, realistically, taking a fight is not as easy as we keep mentioning. Those kill points that we wish for, but it becomes easier in the rotations, in the positioning, when you're able to gatekeep certain teams that just aren't up to par with your skill, combats, etc. And hopefully, Patrick, we get to see the teams that are struggling with points start to pick up the pace, not the consistency needed from BBC and Infant that we already get to see the evening, and hopefully from teams like Fear, like Team Somalia, Zero Tolerance, etc., and Sidemen, because that's really where things start to get entertaining. The story starts to build up for them. Some shocking moments that we are hoping to see from these teams.
Yeah, you're absolutely right on that front. It is not easy to take these fights right now. We've had a very competitive season, and these teams, as you've said, have absolutely earned their position here. They are not easy to take down, and any combat is not easy, regardless of who you're fighting, regardless of which team is doing the fighting. It is just going to be very, very difficult, or at least not easy, to get things done and to really pick your moments here. These teams are quite capable. So, of course, getting those fights happening is not going to be as easy as we'd like it to be. But in any case, Slime 4KT are out here trying to put a couple of shots in as that blue zone slowly starts to creep forward as we are in zone 3, moving in towards number 4. 4KT looking for a bit of a push on towards Hates. Zero Tolerance in a bit of a tough situation. Might just get caught out here. Hates has a little bit of cover to work with, but with the blue zone moving in, it might be a little bit too difficult. And it looks like Slime 4KT want to secure this kill. They want to get this point. They do not want to let it up at all. So they're just going to charge straight in with the vehicle, with Aimer on the top of this hill for that support. And this is just a perfect setup. There's no ways Hates is going to make it out of this alive unless he does take a bit of a fight, but there's too many angles to watch. And with that help coming from the top of the hill, he is absolutely put down into the ground. And there it is. Slime 4KT will easily secure that kill. They had the numbers, they had the setup, and the execution was perfect, almost at least. They're going to pick that kill up. No problem. Zero Tolerance shaved another member off the team. Skido now, the last one left, is very much in a pressurized situation with Fear and a couple of other players. We've got Slime with one of their players just up ahead, and it looks like G3 is in the situation as well. So that's a tough place to be in. Slime 4KT going to have to rotate their players out of this blue zone pretty quickly. Some fighting going on down in the southwest there with Magicians and Sincerity moving up in towards Rain from Hell as well. We've got G3 up here with Fear, King and Chris walking around this wall, trying to look for a bit of cover to take this fight against G3, who need some more points here. Fear definitely need to try and move themselves up that leaderboard. In fact, I'm going to say they probably don't have much of an easy task up ahead of them, considering how low down on the leaderboard they are at the moment. Nonetheless, good to see them out here to try and take the fights in any case, fighting until the last, which is great to see. At the moment, just have to wait and see what they have in store, if they can actually take this fight against G3. They've got some numbers to work with, and they've got some positioning at least on the other side of this compound. In the meantime, Rain from Hell going at it with Sincerity. Rogue getting taken down in that kill feed there. Flaker, Gunner, and Buden on the screen are inside this house together. So they have a little bit of a defensive position against Fear, but Fear doesn't necessarily need to move forward just yet because that blue zone is just on the outside. So they are safe for the time being, and we just have to wait for that next zone drop to see where these teams will have to start moving to next. And we're about to get it. It moves down towards Power Grid, so all of these teams are going to have to move in, and this is where things start to get a bit hairy.
And you love to see, Unique with a good positioning for themselves. They're already favored by the zone, so they don't really need to move too much. But teams like Fear, like Slime 4KT, get to sort of put pressure on in from behind. Hopefully, that is not the case there for Unique, because they are needing to just secure a couple more points just to guarantee their spot here in the next phase. G3 as well as them, they now need to also make the rotations into the next zone as they just find themselves on quite close to the blue. But look who they're going up against over here. It's going to be Slime 4KT. They do have the numbers and they do have the strategic gameplay in mind as well, because with that formation that they had on that solo play, it was just amazing. I wanted to comment on that over there, you know, sending in 2 players in to try get the eliminations and want to hog onto the hill over there was just simply amazing. I just loved how they played that one out over there. But now G3, now in a pressured moment to make the rotation with the Slime just sort of negating that from happening. Well, let's see whether or not Flacco can get out of here, as well as Buden and the player Gunner.
Yeah, we'll see what happens now. Those rotations into zone safety do need to happen relatively soon because the blue zone is creeping on up. 4KT making the dash as well. G3 getting themselves ready to do the same. Outcast getting taken down as he tries to take the fight. Fear going up against BBC, who have been absolutely consistent all day long. It is a difficult situation to try and take a fight against them and G3 on the back line. This is very, very tough for Swags. He knows what is coming, and it is G3 rocking up. Gunner gets taken down as Swags tries to get reinforcement from the rest of the team, putting the shots in, but Buden is managing to get the hits back. He will take Swags down, but King and Chris need to come to his rescue as soon as possible. BBC, in the meantime, also trying to take the fight here, put a couple of third-party shots in. They're safe for the moment across that line, but they have a lot of gatekeeping to do in terms of 4KT and G3 and Fear, who are taking this fight just outside that safety. Come the shots in from Lord Flacco, getting exploded into oblivion. That's going to put a bit of a problem into their fight. And in fact, King is just going to be able to come straight up with those Elims. Nice cleanup crew from him. He's just going to be able to pick those up and take G3 down and out. Fear getting a nice assist there as well. BBC just going to be able to sit on that line and farm the kills as they come in. Slime 4KT have managed to take control of the compound inside of the safe zone, so they are fine for now. Fear going to make the rotation out. Swags does get taken down, but the third party's in BBC's back will take Lord out, and that's Slime 4KT capitalizing on their positioning from that compound. BBC going to have to rotate away to get out of sight of that. Fear have to make their way all the way around in the blue zone for now. And it looks like they're taking a fight against Lag as well. So Slime have their work cut out for them for luck, trying to go for those long-range shots as well, looking for any eliminations that they can find. And certainly it will pay off for them. Solar Esports hasn't really been able to find any footing in this season so far. So definitely maybe some good pickings for BBC if they can manage it. But they are under some serious pressure from Slime 4KT.
Yeah, I mean, talk about karma there for the third parties coming down from BBC, and then Slime dealing the damage onto BBC Lord over there. But now you have Fear trying to make the rotations upwards, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen just yet as the pressure coming out from the other side of Slime in this position, and they do get the eliminations. I'm not sure from who, because the kill feed didn't really pop up there for me, and I'm not sure if maybe Slime did manage to pick it up. It does look like by the formation that they were built on, that, you know, Aimer and them were able to pick up the elimination. So that's successfully well done to them. Sidemen in the zone successfully, which is good. Early rotation for them this game means that they maybe could potentially be picking up on some stuff, and there goes the kill feeds now popping up there, so you can get that confirmation in on Fear. And yes, it was Slime who was the eliminators to get the gameplay over there. Infant in a sort of switch situation as well. Slime just not stopping, right, in this game. They're just going ham all over the show, and they're really showing that redemption that I was talking about here for the evening.
Yeah, they certainly are. Rain from Hell now on the screen at the top of this hill. We've got Infinity moving up, taking the fight against the Magicians. Ash and Paradox trying to stay safe along this line, the ridge of the rocks. But Infinity just moving on up with their numbers advantage. Could easily take them down. Paradox trying to juice himself back up to full HP and get himself ready for fighting combat. But man, it's a difficult situation to be poised up against all of the players from Infinity who've been doing so well today. And even for the rest of this round, they've been doing really well. Paradox has a lot of work cut out for him. Oizy and Kato going to be on the rotate on the side, so they're going to be flanking from around, whereas Senior and Lord are going to be moving forward across the rock tops. Try and pressurize Ash and Paradox, who've popped the smokes to try and stay alive for the time being. They are very much cornered. We, of course, have Rain from Hell still occupying the top of that hill. So definitely a difficult situation. A nice nade coming down on towards Ash is going to knock him down. The question is, can they get the res in time? Paradox, he's being pressurized. They know Ash is dead, and in fact, there comes the thirst. Paradox is now in a very difficult situation, and he just gets taken down immediately. No chance to fight back. Infinity, too quick on the trigger. They just push straight on up, and now, speaking of pushing, BBC pushing Rain from Hell. Here comes Falak, Nihal, and Kratos just moving on towards Rain from Hell. They are super confident, and they are finding those shots with absolute ease. Falak taken down very low, but there's BBC. Look how beautifully they just cleaned up Rain from Hell from the top of that mountain. They just moved in. They won every single gunfight. No problem whatsoever. In the meantime, Slime4KT getting eliminated by lag. They're trying to find some shots back in towards them, and they will find a little bit of damage in the meantime. So at least the fights are continuing on the other side. We've got the Sidemen still in the fight as well, up with lag and Slime4KT. BBC with control of the top of this mountain, now going to turn their attention potentially towards Infinity, who know that they have to maybe get themselves out of this situation after seeing the beautiful Elam on BBC onto Rain from Hell.
Our Sidemen sort of put themselves in a tough position, right? Because they've gotten those 3 eliminations, but now down to 2 men doesn't mean that they can't really deal the damage that is available for them, as they get a really good grenade onto Berserk and the confirmation. But the 2 men really going up against any 3 or 4 is just going to be in a slight disadvantage in terms of numbers. And you have lag over here, solo esports, who making the rotations as well with the full solo, with the full squad, and maybe who are able to secure a little bit of some points, eliminations, and so forth on the board of their Slime4KT, just taking in the damage with the smoke screen that they have present over there. But the grenades is still alive, and Solo just grabbing in some more kills for them. And Sleepy's literally a slither of HP, but he manages to get the cover on the terrain, the little bit of cliff that he has over there for cover. And if you look here at Slime, they have 8 eliminations, but down to 2 men, just like we have seen from XIX, his Sidemen. Infant with a full squad, so they could potentially be the winner chicken dinners over here for the evening. And I say that now, but Aussie is just being absolutely railed down into a knocked position, and hopefully the team's able to get the cover in with the smoke screen and then get the revive. But that screen just immediately vaporizes out of thin air, and there is the little terrain that they are built on so that they can get the revive over there. Somehow the team isn't stopping. Sleepy Sad Boy is just doing the most they can, trying to take advantage of what a messy lobby we have over here. And in the meantime, it does look like things are working out for them. They are dealing the damage to Slime4KT, but Sleepy, however, is going to get eliminated and out of this zone. And now we are down to literally Sad Boy from Sidemen to hog onto what seems to be 4 squads remaining, just blinking, and you're missing out on everything over here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've already been eliminated down to 3 remaining teams, and I have to give it to Sidemen. Despite their positioning, they were able to make it work. I mean, just look at that. They just made the crater work despite being pinned down by so many teams. That was just a phenomenal performance regardless. With 2 players, they were able to do a lot of work. So, you know, it's incredible that they're still alive in the top 3. In any case, Infinity, it's absolutely no surprise to see them up here. They, as we've been saying time and time again, all day today, they've been super consistent, and they are looking to take another chicken dinner here for themselves. The real surprising factor that we've got at the moment is Solo, who haven't been showing up at all this round, and now they decide to really step it up and take it to the top 3 in the final game of today, which is just, you know, I wish they'd shown up a little bit sooner, because this is the kind of solo esports that we've been waiting for so long. They came in with such a bang in round 1 of season 4, and we were really disappointed to see them kind of fall off in round 2, and you know, to see them returning back to a little bit of their former glory is good to see. They've gotten themselves all the way to top 3, but now find themselves in a bit of a fight for the finish, because that zone has shifted down south, and they're going to have to fight their way in and get those rotations done. Sad Boy still alive. He's got himself down in this ditch, and he is just trying to slug it out for as long as he potentially can, and maybe sneak a quick second place steal. But no, Kato going to turn his attention towards Sad Boy, but Sad Boy wins the fight again. This guy has just been ouch, as Sidemen have really been trying to put those points on the board today. They have made a phenomenal game 3 performance, and now Sad Boy carrying the weight of the rest of his team on his shoulders to try and get a little bit further. Up comes Samurai from Solar Esports as they do make that rotation possible, moving up to try and eliminate Sad Boy from the picture so they can turn their attention towards Infinity. The question is it going to be Solo returning to a little bit of that former glory and picking up the chicken here, or is Infinity, with all of their consistency, going to take the win here?
Now going into the zone, Samurai trying to take the bandages, but it just won't be enough. 2 squads remaining, and Sidemen pick up the second placement points. He's still trying to do some solo clutch plays, but it's not going to be enough. Has Infant pick up the winner chicken dinner, and that is the second one for the evening. Not only that, guys, but also picking up what seems to be, 16? No, 13 eliminated, somewhere around there. But either way, the story of the evening right now for the final game is Sidemen absolutely bringing in as much points as they can possibly, down to 2 men, eventually down to just Sad Boy, and he did the most he could, putting in a lot of pressure onto the 2 teams that was left over there. He grabs himself a second place, and that's going to be good for them, because I think they move now out of that position of the final page to really try to do the best that they can. So really congratulations to them for a good performance. And I said something like this might happen, but it wasn't a winner chicken dinner, unfortunately.
Ira, it's just a good thing that you and I aren't the ones doing the math today. Clearly, based on all the kills that, Infinity have been picking up. So, I mean, yeah, once again, the second winner chicken dinner for them, picking up double-digit kills once again as well. So they are climbing that leaderboard. They are picking up as many points as they possibly can for the second last weekend of your semi-finals for Season 4, which is great. As we said, all of the teams, they need to do that. Absolutely what they need to focus on is climbing that leaderboard as quickly as they possibly can. Let's take a look at those standings and see what exactly, do the kill counts, because me and Ira, we don't like math. We really don't. But Infinity AF picking up 13 kills and the winner chicken dinner. So once again, another nice 28 total points to pick up in that one single match. And of course, these Sidemen making an appearance today, picking up second place. They were 17 points. Great to see that. Slime for KT as well, jumping up in third place with 16 points. And Soda Esports, I mean, Patchy, making at least some sort of, a remnants of some sort of an effort to climb that leaderboard. What do you think about that?
Yeah, look, I mean, it is basically too little too late. I don't think there's much of a chance for them at this point, but at least we are reminded that they are still a capable team. It's just, I really wish they had picked up the pace a little bit earlier, because, I mean, we know that they're capable of bringing things forward, and it is going to be sad to see them go if they aren't able to get out of relegation, which, as you mentioned, we've got a week after this left. That's 3 days. That's 3 games per day is 9 games. At that point, I think, you've just kind of got to call it. For the other teams, though, I mean, they have just been absolutely insane in terms of moving around. And I have to say, I think that when we get a look at that overall leaderboard, it is going to be absolutely nuts. And I am going to be able to, shake my collar just a little bit at everyone and say, ha, I told you so.
Listen, I'm getting tired of you trying to be right all the time, but my goodness, we're looking at the Patchy, I can very much expose
Don't
you right now.
on that.
As we're looking at, of course, Gates are picking once again some beautiful kills up. I mean, at this point, I just want to see how many kills he's got on this kill leader list. He's just running away with it, picking up another 5, doing a total damage of 893, and a total survival time of 24 minutes and 34 seconds. Absolutely just killer for the team. And again, Infinity AF, super consistent today. So I'm super keen to see how far they, climbed up that leaderboard today in one single day, how far they actually have made it and how many positions they may have changed. Because as we mentioned before, when you're looking at that overall leaderboard, it is close. It is so incredibly close that anyone can literally jump 8 or so positions, from like 17th to 18th. You can be all the way in 8th or 9th in one day if you make enough points, you can climb even higher. You might even make it to that first page, depending on where you were and how many points you pick up today. So let's take a look. Oh my god, no! Let's talk about that, Patchy.
Yeah, let's talk about that, Patchy. Let's talk about it. BBC climbing all the way into third position on that overall leaderboard. You know, that is really, really impressive coming out of them. Infinity, of course, with their performance today, has just been absolutely insane. 214 points from them is just nuts.
5 winner
They've
chicken
made
dinners.
it happen. Yeah, 5 winner chicken dinners. They've got, I mean, look at those kill points as well, just absolutely leading the pack like no one else could. They have just performed, absolutely securing themselves that final spot. Zero Tolerance also up there with some considerable points. BBC, they've just taken huge strides all the way up this leaderboard. First, they were down on like page 2 or 3. And then they moved up into page 1, and now they're sitting top 3 on that overall leaderboard, which is really, really great to see from them. 4KT, of course, on that first page as well in slot number 4. No surprise there. G3 did actually manage to make their way up onto this first page and secure their spot as well, so they should be good to go. Of course, we still have a week left for things to change, but they have put some decent points on the board today as well. Lag, of course, in that 5th position, Influence Rage in 7, and Unique in 8. Everyone, of course, breaking some serious backs to get themselves where they are. You know, we've seen some huge changes for these teams. It's still quite close here on this the second page, but certainly there has been a little bit of a separation between pages 1 and 2, which is at least good to see, because, you know, we were kind of worried for some of those teams. You know, we didn't know whether they were going to be able to maintain their positioning, but they certainly have been able to do just that. The Magicians up in slot 10 and ATROX in 9. Really Insiders in 11, Sincerity in 12. So these teams have really been working to get their way up, to get as far away from the relegation as possible. And speaking of relegation, this is where we have to turn our attention down to those bottom slots. Look at this, 103, 103, 102 from Rainbow Six Madagascar, CE Sports, and affiliate Apex, which I believe we'll probably be seeing next week. So they're going to have a bit of a chance to try and improve their situation. The Sidemen, who we saw today, have managed to move up into position 13, but they are not safe just yet. There is a potential for them to be pushed down next week, so we will have to keep our eye on that, because there are a lot of teams that are going to try and make their way up out of that relegation, and it's going to start with that 102-point cut-off line just underneath Affiliate and Apex, who are sitting in position number 16. You do not want to catch yourself on this page next week when all things are said and done. This is not where you want to be. 7AOK, we saw them struggling yesterday, I believe it was, to get out of this relegation. They find themselves back there now, thanks to the performance of the teams today, and they're going to have another chance to make it happen. They're going to have to try and make things work the next time they find themselves on the maps, and I mean, it's going to be nuts, to say the least. These guys are going to have to put some serious work on the board. But the fact of the matter is, every single one of the teams that we've been seeing have just been stepping it up in such a huge way.
It's absolutely awesome to see. And I mean, 7OK, they had stellar performances yesterday. So again, it just goes to show that every single team has to put their absolute best foot forward and really just turn it up to 10. Turn it up to 10 all the way to the end of next weekend if you want to have an opportunity to get into that finals. But of course, we talk about the kill leaders. Let's actually take a look at how that might have changed today with all the games that we saw. Oh, Kato with 36 kills and total damage of 5,653. My goodness, he was on something else today. BBC Lord also in our second kill leader with 28 kills, 5.2k damage. Zeus still sitting up there with 27 kills and 6.1 thousand damage. And of course, Berserk making an appearance there for Lag Esports with 24 kills and total damage dealt of 4,869. All of these players really doing their absolute best for their respective teams. And I think all the teams, they've definitely turned it up and they are not stopping anytime soon. So of course, as per usual, I'd like to say, please join us again tomorrow for FIFA and PUBG Mobile segments. The action is not going to be stopping. We still have this weekend and next weekend for the semi-finals. And that means just more opportunities for these teams to really push it all the way to the end. Of course, the Umzansi Esports League is brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa. So if you want more information about that, about some of the other events that they do, or to keep up with the standings, schedules, the teams that you love to watch, or maybe get some stream and highlights, you know, because they're always fun to watch. You can check out the Nodwin Gaming Africa website at nodwingaming.africa. And of course, we'll see you here tomorrow. Same place, same time, of course, with the same amazing people. Shout out to our production team, observers, our production manager, who has to run around in the background, and of course, our casters, Patchy and Iro, for doing their best. We'll see you tomorrow. Stay safe, everyone. Till then.